Alright. Today's gonna be probably a pretty chill stream. Not doing much. I'm tired. I had court early this morning and didn't get to bed till late last night. So, yeah. We're just gonna play some Risk and watch some videos that I have queued up. See what the fuck.
This is Cricut Joy Extra, our fits in any space smart cutting machine that helps you make popular projects in popular sizes.
No, I don't like the
Precision
custom
cuts our most loved
join.
materials and works with printable materials for stickers.
Bro, if I had a bigger
and
fucking
small.
mouse, I would be able to
Lights,
play
draws,
better.
and foils too.
If I had a better mouse pad.
One of history's greatest military commanders. His tactics are still studied today.
Yeah,
Check
sure.
out this article from IGN.
Because it always
Denzel
slips off when I'm
Washington
trying to make
play
big
Hannibal
moves.
in Netflix
And it
new
fucks it all up.
historical Epic.
Dude, these ones are like $10 a one. I'll buy you.
Serious?
To be honest, I
have that
thought
one, I'll go buy
Netflix
new
was done with historical
kinda
epics
want a gray
after
one.
the Bridgerton. I mean, Denzel Washington to play Hannibal and historical.
Oh,
Those
I
ones are
accidentally.
pretty sick, dude.
There we go. Yeah, that's way fucking easier.
Better?
Yeah.
I've been telling you that since I like started sleeping here.
It actually makes it so that the other mouse pad doesn't fucking slip either.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, is just get one of those ones and then put your other mouse pad on top.
Why hasn't this started yet? It's just stuck at this joining shit. Leaving game. There we go. Join. There we go.
Epics are two
Alright,
different.
I need to restart this. I didn't even
My
hear what
friends,
the fuck
today
he
we'll
said.
Take a look at the madness going on
We're getting
in
a hard
Hollywood.
here.
I don't care what they tell you in school, but Hannibal was black.
I mean, this is what
Huh.
Hollywood actively wants you to
gotta
believe
step up some
about
rabbit, bro.
one of history's greatest military commanders. His tactics are still studied today. Check out this article from IGN. Denzel
I didn't know if this guy was gonna be,
in Netflix new historical epic.
What the
serious?
fuck?
To be honest, I thought Netflix
What am
was
I?
done with historical epics after the Bridgerton.
Purple? Alright.
I mean, Denzel Washington to play Hannibal and historical epic are two different statements. And why did Denzel Washington even agree to portray Hannibal? Bro, you're 68. Hannibal
Huh.
Barca was 29 when he crossed the Alps to bring the battle to Rome. Sadly, Hannibal is just the latest historical figure that has been blacked.
Blacked.
Although Hannibal was born in North Africa, he was not black. They would just ignore the history and the very diverse genetic makeup of this gigantic continent. Many YouTubers already went through this mayhem with
Damn it.
Netflix's Queen Cleopatra, and now Netflix is back at it again. As a reminder, although Queen Cleopatra was from Egypt, we know for a fact that she was of Greek heritage. But according to Netflix, anyone born in Africa is by default black. As in,
I should have put that up here.
that's why they're also working on a documentary about a well-known African genius, Elon Musk. It's a
Huh.
shame such a big platform like Netflix openly promotes this rewriting of history, and the public is unanimous that Cleopatra
It is pretty fucking weird how they make a documentary, not really like a historical
Egyptian culture.
movie,
Afrocentrists are
and
now
then they
aiming
put
to steal
someone who's
Tunisian
not that
culture.
race in there.
At this rate, they'll soon claim that the Berbers that conquered Spain were also black. At this point, you might be wondering, who's Hannibal? Hannibal Barca was born in 247 BC in Carthage, a coastal city located right next to Tunisia's current capital, Tunis. He was a military commander that Rome despised because of his tactical genius, like at the Battle of the Trebia, Lake Tresimen, and Cannae. He inflicted massive losses on the Romans and brought Rome to its knees. The jealousy and internal feuds between Carthaginian elites allowed the Romans to rebuild their forces, bring the
Fuck.
directly to the enemy capital, and eventually destroy it. So the movie director for this Netflix historical epic will be Antoine Fuqua, who was involved in many action movies that you've probably seen. But it seems he wants to shift to more historical stories. So for his upcoming Hannibal movie, Fuqua probably got inspired by the History Channel, where they picked Nicholas Andre Pinnock to portray this Carthaginian general. Let's be honest, at this point, the History Channel has gone rogue. It should be called the Alien Truckers and Mystery Channel. Anyway, this documentary is just illogical. No other Carthaginian is depicted as black. Just Hannibal. Do you realize how ridiculous this is? Hannibal and his Roman nemesis Scipio are said to have met twice in person. Once before the Battle of Zama, a bit like in the movie Kingdom of Heaven.
Question. Would you build a website for a major brand with more than 200 million users using Wix? Well, we did. Hi, I'm Sivana. I'm an R&D manager here at Wix. Today, I want to show you how we use our own platform, creating some...
And once many years after the Punic War. At the same time, the Romans called people from sub-Saharan Africa Ethiopians, an archaic term for foreign. Yet no Roman
Oh,
soldier
shit.
ever used that term to describe Hannibal. As a matter of fact, they never even bothered to describe his physical appearance. Probably because he looked just like every other Carthaginian. So what did Hannibal look like?
Describe what Marcellus Wallace looks like. He's black. Go on.
According to ancestry, officially Hannibal and his family were members of the aristocracy of
Damn it.
Carthage. Hannibal's ancestors are said to have descended from the Phoenician settlers who colonized the region in the first millennium BC. We can trace this by taking a look at the name of Hannibal's father, Hamilcar. As stated on Wikipedia, is the Latinization of Hamilcas from the Hellenized form of the common Semitic Phoenician Carthaginian masculine given name, meaning Melkar's brother. Melkar being the patron god of the Phoenician city of Tyre. Once again, a clear connection to the Levant. Even during Hannibal's exile after the Second Punic War, his first stop was in Tyre, the mother city of Carthage, where we can suppose he had family or friendly connections. Many years ago, I went to Byblos, in Lebanon, in ancient
Byblos.
Phoenician lands, and people there are definitely black. According to his genealogy, we know Hannibal was Phoenician, at least culturally, but that doesn't solve the question. In the US, African Americans have first and last names that can be traced back directly to Western Europe, yet they don't necessarily look Western European. In regards to our Carthaginian general, Hannibal Barca, a lot of the rumors from Afrocentrists stem from this coin, which they claim depicts Hannibal. What? It doesn't even make sense. First of all, it's not even a Carthaginian coin, but an Etruscan one from modern day Italy. There are no inscriptions or clues on the coin to identify the man. Even the elephant depicted is Asian, whereas Carthaginian coins all show African elephants. But now let's take a closer look at these coins. This one represents the god Melkar. Here's Hannibal as Hercules. So these two are most likely idealized, but we can still see some very many
Smell like weed.
traits. But the third coin is said to be a direct
Said it smells like weed.
Hannibal or his
Oh.
father, Hamilcar. To me, it's very Eastern Mediterranean facial features. Very Semitic, could even pass for Greek. And here's a depiction of a female according to a Carthaginian coin. Once again, very Mediterranean looking. You see, the Phoenicians were extraordinary seafaring people. They revolutionized naval capabilities to the extent that in the 5th century BC, Hanno the Navigator is even believed to have sailed all the way to Mount Cameroon. They expanded all throughout the Mediterranean and established numerous colonies, including Carthage, which was strategically positioned at the midpoint between the Levant and the mines in the Iberian Peninsula. Eventually, the small trading post used for resupply became the capital of a new growing empire, which would eventually clash with Greek ambitions in the Mediterranean, both from a geographic and cultural perspective. Carthaginians were turned outwards towards the sea in order to trade with all the neighboring lands. For example, when the Carthaginians established their colonies in the Iberian Peninsula, they called it Hispania, which means the land of rabbits in Phoenician. Now, realistically, only a few thousand Phoenicians could have settled in Carthage.
Damn it! That's not what I wanted.
It's been a while since I last talked to anyone like this.
We are finding that less than 20% of the genetic lineages that we find there could have come out of the Middle East. Most of them look like aboriginal North African markers, for lack of a better term. They look like they've been there for much longer.
This 10 to 20% Phoenician stock would have been the basis for the Carthaginian aristocracy, but that leaves out a gene pool of 80%, according to mitochondrial, Y chromosome, and autosomal DNA studies on burial sites. Carthaginians are indeed the result of the mixture of Eastern Mediterranean settlers and ancient North African populations. According to this study, the Carthaginian gene pool was very diverse, as it extended from modern-day Berbers all the way to modern-day Sicilians, although with a significant cluster between modern-day Sardinians and Sicilians, which makes a lot of sense when we look at it from a geographical perspective. The easiest explanation is that Carthage grew to become this massive trading center that attracted thousands of merchants and workers from the North
No, you
African
fucking nigger.
heartland. Follow-up studies analyzed the impact of this Carthaginian gene pool in their colonies. Our data, while limited, suggests that the Eastern or North African influence in the Punic population of Ibiza was primarily male-dominated. And also don't forget that Carthage had tens of thousands of slaves, but mostly from Europe. The tribes kept fighting each other and sold their captives to the rich merchants of the Mediterranean. But if we want to know more about Hannibal, we have to focus on the ruling class of Carthage. Although the basis of this aristocracy was of Phoenician origin, there were too few to really control the land, and quickly had to forge strong and durable alliances with the people of North Africa. For example, one of Hannibal's sisters was married off to a Numidian king, a Berber from modern-day Algeria. So everything points towards Hannibal having part Phoenician and part Berber North African genetics. So we spoke about the history of the Barca name, but truthfully, this is all we know about the Barca family tree. Here's Hannibal, his brothers, his father Hamilcar, who also proved to be an extremely talented military commander. He fought in the First Punic Wars, the mercenary uprising of Carthage, and conquered half of the Iberian Peninsula. But I digress. Apart from that, we don't know anything about the Barca family. In this book about Hannibal by Tony Bath, he claims the Barca family, which originally came from Cyrene, was a powerful one, but not at the time among the first families of Carthage. Everything points towards the Barca family not being part of this Phoenician stock. Tony Bath doesn't show his sources, so we have to take...
Damn it! That's not what I wanted.
But still, let's take a look at it. Cyrene, that's deep inside the eastern side of modern-day Libya. As a matter of fact, I found that 100 kilometers west of it, there was an ancient Greek colony called Barca. Greek historian and geographer Herodotus places the foundation of the city around 560 BC. As a matter of fact, Cyrene welcomed multiple waves of Greek settlers. The region was also known for raising horses and had close commercial ties with Carthage. From the little clues we have, it's possible that the Barcas were Greek settlers in Libya when eventually they moved towards Carthage. Most likely the Carthaginian colonies in western Libya, where they probably mixed with local Berbers. And before the Afrocentrists come back, here's an Egyptian depiction of their neighbors. From
Hey,
right
those guys
to
were black.
left, Egyptian, Assyrian, Nubian, and the last four are Libyans, with shining pale skin, with light brown curly hair, looking very different from the Nubians. So the hypothesis is that Hannibal's family was not part of the original founders of Carthage, and they only appear in documents during the turmoil of the First Punic War against Rome. Perhaps Hamilcar was a small noble, perhaps a commander of a Libyan contingent, which rose to prominence during these chaotic times. The vicious way the Carthaginian elite looked down upon
I'm confused with why that guy did that.
could demonstrate that they were indeed seen as outsiders and competitors. Perhaps the Barcas rose to prominence through a marriage with a member of the Carthaginian aristocracy, and this could have angered many people. On a side note, we know that Hannibal married an Iberian princess, probably to consolidate his holdings in Hispania. Hannibal's Iberian mercenaries were considered to be his most loyal and experienced warriors. But saying Iberian is a simplification. The main contingents of his Iberian infantry and cavalry were from Celtiberian and Lusitanian tribes. You can guess this because during Hannibal's speech across the Alps, he addressed his Iberian troops and said, "Long enough in pursuing cattle among the desert mountains of Lusitania and Celtiberia." Although these lands were not officially conquered by the Carthaginians, these were probably vassal states who sent soldiers as tribute to Carthage, and probably Hannibal's wife was part of either the Celtiberians or Lusitanians. We only know that the Phoenicians called her Emilica. Apparently she was from the capital of the Oretani tribe named Castulo, near modern-day Linares. The Oretanis were Celtiberians that at first were at war with Carthage, but that eventually had been defeated in battle. So this marriage could have been the root of their subsequent alliance with Carthage. On a side note, number 2, I highly suggest you to study Hannibal's Blitzkrieg campaign against the Vacae tribe in 220 BC. It was like a practice run for everything that would follow. Hannibal took his troops across dangerous mountain passes to surprise the enemy, perhaps at a time of the year that was unexpected, where he had to use force
Why are they
and
circled like
diplomacy
that?
to deal
Oh.
with treacherous mountain tribes, and where he showed excellent tactical skills while repelling an ambush while crossing the Tagus River. And that almost unknown battle is his first official military victory. In the end, Hannibal was not black, although the mainstream media might disagree.
He's black. Go on.
Remember the good old days of the BBC, before this entire woke rewriting of history? In 2006, they created this beautiful docudrama called Hannibal, Rome's Worst Nightmare, with Alexander Siddig as Hannibal. I loved that show, and this depiction of Hannibal actually fits into the story very well with the little information we have available. But the story of blackwashing history doesn't stop here, because eventually the British Broadcasting Corporation took BBC a bit too literally, and are now the main culprits of this cultural colonization. In 2014, they published this cartoon series portraying Roman soldiers as black. Actually, even the Celts are depicted as part of a multi-ethnic society, and then they doubled down as part of Black British history. They released Been There from the start. Press X for doubt. Once again with the black Roman soldier, and the comments are turned off. That's always a very good sign. Actually, in
Yeah,
the
I'm
song, they
going
start
out.
by claiming that the first
Oh, fuck
inhabitants
you.
of Britain were black. Why are they so obsessed with race? And it still seems to be a trending topic because as late as the 18th of September 2023, the Telegraph wrote Stonehenge was built by Black Britons, children's history book claims. And in the
Damn
book,
it,
they
I knew
say
it.
Britain was a black country for more than
I don't
70
feel like watching
years
this.
before white people came. And during that time, the most famous British monument was built, Stonehenge.
I watched this. I thought that this was pretty good, this new South Park movie.
Feeling very excited right
Although
now.
it definitely
The amazing
didn't just make
iPhone
fun of
15, not just powerful and beautiful.
of
no.
woke people,
South Park
like a
returns
lot of
with
people
another hour-long
say.
special, this time taking Disney to task for their recent slate of failures and tanking stock price. Do Matt Stone and Trey Parker brutally condemn the House of Mouse for pandering to social positions instead of prioritizing...
I mean, yeah, they do.
Or is there a more
But they
subtle
also
point?
condemn. They
Well,
also say that it's not good to
First, let's
keep
go into a
making
quick recap
videos
of the
about how
episode
shitty
titled
wokeism
Joining the
is.
Panderverse. Visions of diverse depictions of the boys haunt Cartman's dreams as he fears Kathleen Kennedy, the Disney executive behind the Star Wars sequels and recent Indiana Jones bomb, is out to get him.
Disney and Kathleen Kennedy are gonna get you.
His therapist chalks it up to the
And
real
Kathleen
anxiety
Kennedy is
rate
gonna
of
get ya.
the AI threatening to eradicate white-collar jobs. Over at Tegrity Farms, Randy bemoans the younger generation's inability to do anything remotely handy. And yet, he can't even fix the broken door on his oven. He tries to hire a handyman to fix it, but since handiwork is the only thing that AI hasn't rendered obsolete, all the fix-it guys are getting filthy rich, while the white-collar workers stand in front of Home Depot attempting to trade their so-called skilled labor for fix-it services. At school, Cartman is sucked into a portal and replaced with Diverse Cartman, who it turns out is from another universe where every white male
Diverse
character
Cartman.
is replaced with a female person of color who recites cliches about the patriarchy.
Today we're gonna talk more about female exclusion in the male patriarchy.
Kathleen Kennedy. too,
I like
is
how
a version
in
of
this
another universe.
the sheriff has the same exact voice in the
Who runs Disney like
other
a tyrant,
universe.
commanding that racial and sexual minorities be integrated everywhere.
Put a chick in it, make her gay.
Unable to afford a repairman, the dad
Put
starts
a chick in
protesting
it
the
and
system
make
while
it
the
gay.
chronic working-class billionaire capitalists start buying social media companies.
Put a chick in it
showdowns,
and make it
and getting
gay.
Star Cruiser dick measuring competitions.
No.
In the Diverse universe, the real Kathleen
I mean, I'm
Kennedy
watching
catches
something
up to
that's
Cartman
about
and
South
tells
Park,
him that
though.
they need to work together to get back to their universe. She reveals that Disney's uninspired decisions to make the same movie over and over again while just swapping the identities of the main characters was informed by the coveted Panderstone. Hidden away in the depths of Disney Studios, the AI-infused Panderstone allows Kathleen to make lazy decisions disguised as bold progressive innovations. All the racist hate mail she received only made her want to double down and use the Panderstone more. But her overuse created a rift in the multiverse, summoning Cartman Kennedy and banishing her to the Diverse world. Bob Iger and the other Disney execs team up with Randy to travel the multiverse and set things right. Randy succeeds in returning everyone to their respective universe and even puts in a little extra effort to marshal in handy workers from all over the multiverse, so that everyone can afford repair services again and it no longer matters that nobody knows how to do anything. Kathleen and Cartman put aside their differences, and she vows that Disney will henceforth only make original content that doesn't pander. The end. The core concept that ties the plots of the episode together is laziness. How we are so thoroughly allergic to personal responsibility.
Yeah, it does make fun of lazy people, like
Go to absurd lengths to
like Randy trying to get someone to fix the what's it called? The oven door. That he like tries to like
abdicate it, and how calls for
It's funny.
change can be a thinly veiled disguise for such laziness. Pretty common South Park fare. In the first instance, the dads of South Park are too lazy to learn how to fix an oven door and opt instead to rail against capitalism. At the beginning of the episode, Randy laments the irresponsible younger generation's lack of practical skills, but as soon as handyman services are rendered too expensive by shifting economic conditions, it's no longer a matter of responsibility. It becomes a wider social issue and they must tear down the system. It's not even a matter of effort. Randy would rather create a protest movement and wage war against the American university system than just follow IKEA-level instructions to fix an oven door. The joke is that people are willing to expend large amounts of energy if it means not assuming responsibility for their problems. In the end, Randy does, quote, a bit more work and gathers handymen from the corners of the multiverse. I guess this is him being less lazy, or maybe a joke pointing to the absurdly productive lengths people will go to not learn how to do something themselves. I'm also not sure if this is a way of dramatizing how capitalism actually works, because the financial incentive will cause more handymen to enter the market, or if it's just a stupid joke. I'm leaning towards the latter. In the second instance, Disney executive Kathleen Kennedy is too lazy to create exciting new stories, opting instead to literally reskin old ones. Why go through the risk, anguish, and self-doubt that comes with attempting unique ideas when you can just rehash old stuff, pander to people's passions, and rake in easy cash? Well, until recently. In the same vein, why come up with character-driven motivations that organically drive the story forward when you can just integrate a convoluted multiverse premise that allows you to summon any plot contrivance you could possibly desire and justify it with because multiverse?
I swear, the multiverse is just an excuse for lazy writing.
As a result, nobody knows how to fix or build anything, nor does anybody know how to write tentpole blockbusters anymore. There's a pretty clever comparison made between AI in the job market, multiverses in screenwriting, and diversity in entertainment. Each one is a kind of shortcut that enables laziness. AI does stuff for us, multiverses with their literally infinite possibilities are an easy way for screenwriters to write themselves out of any storytelling conundrum, and diversity can be a convenient means of dressing up tired stories as bold innovations. Also, I think it's worth mentioning an important distinction made in the episode when the boys are accused of not liking Black Spider-Man.
Probably have a problem with Black Spider-Man too.
Probably have a
John
problem
is
with
saying
Black
Miles
Spider-Man too.
Morales is sweet because his diverse background tells a unique story, unlike the Little Mermaid or the upcoming Snow White, which is literally the same story, just made diverse. So, diversity in entertainment can be a great thing when it leads to diverse stories. And in the final instance of laziness, we have what is likely going to be the most talked about part of the episode. Toward the end, Kathleen and Cartman admit that they were reacting to each other.
I reacted to you, and you reacted to me.
Kathleen reacted too strongly to all of Cartman's racist hate mail by tripling down on prioritizing diversity over storytelling, and Cartman reacted too strongly to the diverse casting by going nuclear on Kathleen, making diverse representation seem crucial to correct a country full of deplorables. Kathleen admits that allowing her passions for social issues to dictate storytelling decisions was lazy, and Cartman responds by saying that railing on woke stuff all the time is just as lazy.
It was just lazy.
Unlock hundreds of deals on SafeLink for you. Sign up today.
I guess just railing on woke stuff all the time is pretty lazy too.
But how far should we take Cartman's comment? Is this the show's way of criticizing YouTubers who rake in millions releasing the same anti-woke Disney-hating video every day, just reskinned to capitalize on the newest rage bait headlines circulating entertainment news sites? Is that really so different from telling the same story over and over again and just race-swapping the characters? That's certainly the obvious way to interpret it, but let's not forget that South Park, one of the most consistently meta shows out there, often achieves a pretty laudable sense of self-awareness and self-criticism. So I think it's worth asking if the accusation of laziness should also be leveled at the episode itself. That Cartman's admission may indicate that Matt and Trey are too lazy to reinvent a 26-year-old show and have opted instead to criticize an easy target, Hollywood's woke excesses. If Disney is lame for telling the same tired stories, just changing the identity of the character and implementing multiverses to justify it, then is South Park
you
not doing
fucking
the exact
cunt.
same thing? Almost 90% of the comedy from the episode relies on the fact that familiar characters are now diverse, whether it's the new Mr. Garrison, the new Mr. Stotch, the new Officer Yates, or even the new Colonel Sanders. That they've been race and or gender swapped is the joke. I must admit I'm of a mixed mind on this. On the one hand, the exaggerated laziness of the character adaptations is potent, effective satire. I found Officer Yates' half-assed mustachioed reinvention, or the now well-endowed Colonel Sanders, pretty humorous, because South Park poignantly ridicules Disney's efforts by inhabiting the same form as the object of ridicule and cranking their sin, in this case laziness, up to 11. Another good example of this is Randy cycling through different outfits as he travels the multiverse. That each outfit is a trite variation on the previous one cleverly skewers the logic of multiverses, that the quote infinite possibilities only offer surface level differences in otherwise familiar stories. On the other hand, sometimes the strategy lacks that sense of hyperbole and feels identical to what Disney is being accused of. For example, when Diverse Butters sings his Lou 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 song, or Diverse Cartman undergoes an elaborate scheme to manipulate Kyle's mom so he can play Baldur's Gate 3. This is a vanilla Cartman scheme, and Butters' song is akin to a fan service Easter egg, which is the laziest form of comedy. The only joke here is that they're doing things they usually do, except now they're diverse. So if arbitrarily race-swapping Disney characters is cynical, lame, and tedious, employing the same strategy to criticize Disney risks getting old just as quickly. If the point is that playing identity politics in media to pander to everyone is lazy and lame, then I guess we have to apply the same logic to the episode, that using similar strategies to pander to the anti-woke crowd is also lazy and lame. When politics are so divided, there's not much of a difference between entertainment pandering to social positions and entertainment pandering to the people critical of entertainment pandering to social positions. Again, the self-awareness is appreciated, but I can't help but wish that they took the critique a bit further. In my last video, I touched on how certain claims to progress can be the most surefire way to maintain the status quo, and I think certain strains of the discourse surrounding representation in media is another example of this. Because the focus on representation can serve as an implicit endorsement of the notion that we ought to derive our self-worth from media, that the greatest fulfillment we can wish for each other is that everybody get the chance to feel desired by aligning themselves with the images on screen designed to stimulate consumerism. Rather than question if we should perpetuate reliance on media to validate and reify our identities, the most progressive thing we can think of is that people from all backgrounds should have the opportunity to adorn themselves in the signifiers of consumer desire. Instead of arming people with a critical disposition towards images in the media as they relate to self-image construction, we just relent and say, well, that's not possible. The best we can do is redirect the images to a more equitable end. That, to me, isn't progressive, it's just lazy. And I know I'm reaching here, but maybe that's why the put a gay chick in it version of Kathleen is Cartman, as this brand of representation-focused activism is, like Cartman, actually pretty conservative. Overall, I thought the episode was pretty good. In general, I'm more of a fan of the 22-minute format, as the A-B plot structure can start to feel like a one-note joke after a while when the episode lasts this long. So I can't wait for season 27 to start. Anyway, be sure to subscribe to the channel for more content. Check out my Ko-fi page if you want to financially support the channel. Hit me up on Twitch where I'm playing Alan Wake 2. Join the Discord. Links for all that are in the description, so go ahead and give them a click. And as always, thanks so much for watching, guys. Peace.
We are hard-working Americans.
This is what's important to us.
Options for reliable power. Labor policies that help entrepreneurs.
That's prosperity.
Perhaps no blockbuster has undergone a stranger cultural evolution than The Matrix. The sci-fi masterpiece resonated so deeply that it swiftly grew beyond the confines of cinema to take on novel meanings in the zeitgeist. Initially invoked to signal a mind-bending interrogation of reality in the digital age,
how do we know that we're actually here in America and not part of the Matrix?
The film underwent
not part
its
of the
first
Matrix.
transformation when, quote, taking the red pill became a metaphor for challenging mainstream, often liberal-leaning ideologies. Now, while not bound to the creator's intent, a piece of art's cultural meaning usually remains within the author's ideological framework, save for egregious exceptions like Pepe the Frog. But not so with The Matrix, much to the dismay of its creators. In mid-2020,
Ah, you
both
motherfucker.
Elon Musk and Ivanka Trump tweeted that people should take the red pill, prompting a candid response from co-creator Lily Wachowski. In its latest incarnation, The Matrix has been co-opted by a distinct breed of influencer to depict themselves as radical freethinkers being pursued by a shadowy authority. Following his arrest for human trafficking and criminal conspiracy late last year, Andrew Tate took to Twitter to paint his legal turmoil
Wait, let's go back.
than The Matrix. The sci-fi masterpiece resonated so deeply that it swiftly grew beyond the confines of cinema to take on novel meanings in the zeitgeist. Initially invoked to signal a mind-bending interrogation of reality in the digital age,
How do we know that we're actually here in America and not part of the Matrix?
the film underwent its first transformation when, quote, taking the red pill became a metaphor for challenging mainstream, often liberal-leaning ideologies. Now, while not bound to the creator's intent, a piece of art's cultural meaning usually remains within the author's ideological framework, save for egregious exceptions like Pepe the Frog. But not so with The Matrix, much to the dismay of its creator.
Oh, I don't have to
In
blow
2020,
anymore.
Both Elon Musk and Ivanka Trump
Fuck
believe
yeah.
that people should take the red pill, prompting a candid response from co-creator Lily Wachowski. In its latest incarnation, The Matrix has been co-opted by a distinct breed of influencer to depict themselves as radical freethinkers being pursued by a shadowy authority. Following his arrest for human trafficking and criminal conspiracy late last year, Andrew Tate took to Twitter to paint his legal turmoil as a righteous battle against a hidden elite. He tweeted, "The Matrix has attacked me, but they misunderstand. You cannot kill an idea. Hard to kill."
Oh, you motherfucker!
Identifying, quote, The Matrix as the architect of his persecution. 2023 saw more influencers from a similar corner of the web follow suit. In January, amidst backlash over his shady CryptoZoo project, Logan Paul tweeted, "The Matrix is real. Pray you never become its target." In February, The Matrix was blamed for turning Aiden Ross's family against him. And in March, Sneeko claimed that he was silenced by The Matrix. Why this specific metaphor? What about The Matrix makes it the
Why would he
perfect
risk
scapegoat for
that?
these
Now he's
villains?
like,
Does
fucked.
portraying themselves as victims of a vague, malevolent force allow them to shirk responsibility? Well, that's definitely part of it, but I think the prevalence of this metaphor represents something deeper about the ideological and psychological appeal of this type of content. If I had to pick an element of the movie that most accurately resonates with Andrew Tate or Logan Paul's content, it wouldn't be the story of the disaffected hacker unveiling the truth of his secret oppression. It would be more Cypher's iconic stake.
Ignorance is bliss.
Makes me hungry every time. Just as this mouth-watering delight represents the tantalizing allure of Cypher's dream life in The Matrix,
I don't want to be rich. Someone important. Like an actor.
the Andrew Tates of the web craft, shape, and sell desire. Tate's got opulent mansions, million-dollar cars, a private movie theater, models for days, and well, he's not subtle about it. He doesn't just showcase a lifestyle, he sells the dream of it. Paul, too, sells lifestyle as a consumable spectacle, his content a carousel of leisure, affluence, and fame. And it's no wonder this kind of content is king. Desire is an essential kernel of self and society.
Your boy just dropped 40K on a presidential Rolex.
The thing about peddling desire, though, is you're never just selling the aspiration to fulfill your fantasies. That's only half the product. You're also selling the barrier to achieve these fantasies. Because fantasy isn't always a fantasy of enjoyment, but a mythology of how enjoyment was lost. And The Matrix is the perfect impediment to justify why such enjoyment remains out of reach. To explain, we're going to dive into one of psychoanalytic theory's most prominent figures, and perhaps one of the most profound theorists of human subjectivity, Jacques Lacan. For Lacan, the human condition is fundamentally characterized by an eternal and impossible drive to satisfy desire. It's a paradoxical pursuit in which we desire to resolve desire itself by perpetually seeking something that is forever unreachable. Central to his theory is the concept of objet petit a, or the object cause of desire, an elusive thing that symbolizes the promise of desire's fulfillment. However, this object is inherently unattainable, always a moving target. Objet petit a refers to a certain excessive quality that's in an object, but more than the object. For example, a jacket that was once worn by Elvis. There's an element to the jacket, namely the narrative that it was once owned by the king of rock and roll, that is more than the object in itself, which might otherwise just be a raggedy plain jacket. There's an excess, an elusive element that authenticates it. But even if you possess the jacket, you'll never actually feel closer to witnessing or being Elvis. The desirous quality of Objet Petit A always promises more, but never lives up to the expectations it arouses. For another example, imagine having a huge crush on someone. You've painted this person into an ideal born out of a mix of personal desires, social influences, and cultural narratives. She's not just herself, she's perfect, she's the one. However, even when the ideal relationship with the crush manifests, there's an inevitable lingering sense of something missing, an indefinable more that keeps you from absolute fulfillment. Objet Petit A is the illusory promise that happiness is just around the next corner with the next person, in the next product, in the next experience, but it's never fully attainable. And for my favorite philosopher, Slavoj Žižek, this is where
bro.
ideology steps in and performs its magic trick. In the perpetual deferral of fulfillment, we look for a narrative, a mythology to explain why we don't have that enjoyment or why we've lost it. We take the impossibility of fulfillment and tell stories to ourselves about ourselves, the way the world works, and our place in it to justify why we can't achieve it.
Damn it!
A scapegoat, a shadowy antagonist responsible for our unfulfilled aspirations. Zizek often points to the Germans scapegoating Jewish people during World War II, or various European countries scapegoating immigrants today. For Zizek, ideology conceals the reality that our desires cannot be fulfilled. And the Matrix is the perfect ideological scapegoat to justify why you're not living the Tate lifestyle. If ideology is telling stories to ourselves about forces that have stolen away the possibility of fulfilling our desire, then the Matrix is the quintessential symbol. Its premise of a world where machines subdue humanity with an illusion of reality offers a versatile metaphor for any controlling authority. Blaming the Matrix can be whatever you want it to be. It can be the 1%, it could be the darn Democrats, it could be the darn Republicans, it could be the media elite. Anyone supposedly trying to control the herd by obscuring the truth. It invites people to project the loss of their enjoyment to whatever mythology best suits them. So while it may seem that the Matrix is an impediment to the functioning of Paul's brand, it's actually a secret, essential part of what makes it tick. It allows influencers to continuously sell desire while simultaneously selling custom-fit barriers to its fulfillment. So when 99.99% of Tate followers don't achieve the lifestyle he sells, they have a way to make sense as to why that feeds into their biases. But the Matrix is a potent symbol not just because it's a narrative of domination by a controlling elite. It's also because this controlling elite is hidden, that the humans' domination by the machines is obscured, that the barriers to fulfillment are unseen is essential to the appeal of this metaphor, and I think one of Lacan's favorite Greek myths can speak to this. Pliny the Elder, in his History Naturalis, recounts a tale of two painters, Zeuxis and Parrhasius, engaging in a competition to see who could paint the most realistic image. Zeuxis goes first. He paints a still life of grapes so lifelike that birds fly down to peck at them, thinking it's actual food. Pretty good. But then Parrhasius goes and presents a covered painting. When Zeuxis attempts to unveil it, he finds that, wait a minute, the veil itself is the painting. It's a painting of a veil so lifelike that he tried to pull it back. Parrhasius didn't just fool animals, he fooled a fellow artist. More than a testament to artistic prowess, this story revealed a profound insight into human nature for Lacan. Zeuxis' painting appealed to the basic instincts of birds, a straightforward desire for sustenance. Parrhasius' work, however, revealed a deeper, uniquely human craving, our intrinsic hunger to be incited to ask, what lies behind, to be presented with an obstacle that promises fulfillment once surpassed. In Lacan's interpretation of the story, once Zeuxis realized it's a painting and not a veil, fulfilling the mystery posed by the image revealed itself as unattainable. The painting of the veil is a perfect example of how we constantly pursue Objet Petit A and never achieve fulfillment. This runs pretty deep in our psyche, as this myth can also illustrate the appeal of the immensely popular "is it cake" trend, where the fascination lies in uncovering what's beneath the surface of an object, whether what we see is an illusion. We love being posed with an impediment that promises a kind of fulfillment or epiphany, but every time we find out, every time the surface of the object is penetrated, well, we just want another illusion. Or if you've ever encountered a toddler with an iPad, you've probably seen one of those immensely popular surprise egg videos that transfix children by promising the revelation of a toy hidden inside a decorative egg. But once you find out what the toy is, it never matches the excitement of the mystery. That invitation to wonder, that's what really makes us tick. It's why the briefcase in Pulp Fiction, the lore in Dark Souls games, or the plot of Twin Peaks: The Return bedevils us, because they incite us to wonder about a hidden truth that we'll never definitively land on, and even if we did, it would never match the excitement of the mystery. So the power of the Matrix as a metaphor is not just about assigning blame for unmet desires on a malleable external force. It's about blaming these unfulfilled desires on an obscured, hidden other, a mysterious force that teases us with the prospect of unmasking a hidden agenda. Just as Neo peels back the veil and discovers the subjugation of humans by machines, scapegoating the Matrix presents us with one of the most enticing things to humanity: a veil that promises the truth as to why things aren't better. It's the perfect ideological construct for influencers who sell desire, because, like coffee with donuts, desire goes best with the tantalizing mystery of why these desires remain unfulfilled and who is responsible for it. Blaming the Matrix is a sophisticated play of ideology that feeds into our desire to endlessly wonder, to endlessly pursue, to endlessly desire. Now, it's hard not to detect a depressing irony here, that The Matrix, a film about uncovering falsehoods and penetrating deceptive ideologies, has itself become a powerful ideological device, a perfect blockage that perpetually stands between us and our desires,
Whew.
that paradoxically feeds the continued pursuit of desire. Philosopher Jean Baudrillard, a central inspiration for the Wachowskis, notoriously hated the film. Upon seeing it, he remarked that it was the kind of movie The Matrix would make about itself. Perhaps he foresaw how it would become a tool for the very system it sought to critique, that seeking liberation through a medium that is itself a part of the entrapment could only ever produce a brand of liberation where, quote, peeling back the veil of ideology becomes the hottest new design of a line of veils. And maybe that's why the defeatism, cynicism, and self-hatred is palpable throughout The Matrix Resurrections, where the titular system of domination is unwittingly maintained by the creator of the, quote, Matrix trilogy, which in this version is Neo as a famous game designer, obviously standing in for Lana and/or Lily. While not a movie that I find many redeeming qualities in, I can respect it as a genuine cry of despair from Lana, who unknowingly created the cultural juggernaut that fed into everything she was trying to avoid, and enabled the very voices she was likely trying to warn against. Poor Lana. Well, you'll always be a legend in my book. Hey, if you guys appreciate the content, consider checking out my Ko-fi page where you can support the channel financially. Be sure to subscribe to my Twitch page where I'm finishing up Alan Wake 2, and I'm currently eyeing that new RoboCop game.
I don't know why I didn't.
Cognitive dissonance is the state of having inconsistent thoughts, beliefs, or attitudes, especially as related to behavioral decisions and attitude change.
Motherfucker!
If you hold two beliefs that contradict each other, you're suffering from CD.
No!
If you hold a belief that something is wrong and yet justify doing it, or something just like it, despite simultaneously knowing that you shouldn't, you're suffering from CD. If you think that it's, I don't know, wrong for any person under any circumstance to so much as hit a dog that they're looking after, and yet simultaneously justify literally gassing pigs to death in a chamber of carbon dioxide so that you can eat a sandwich that you won't remember eating, you're suffering from CD. In all my 4 years or so of professionally tackling religious fanatics in the public sphere, I have genuinely never encountered more dogma, more ignorance, more evil, and indeed more cognitive dissonance than I have coming from people who, despite knowing the unimaginable horrors necessary to produce it, just can't give up cheese, or just can't give up bacon. Well, if that's you, someone who sees veganism as some kind of fringe woke phenomenon or as just a funny and mockable philosophical position to be treated as nothing more than a laughingstock for when you get bored, it's time to snap out of it. Okay, we can either have a grown-up conversation about this or not. But if you're unwilling, forgive me for not taking you ethically seriously. Okay, you can giggle all you like about bacon, though, as if it's still 2009, but while you do, consider that since this video began, 174,869 chickens, 4,150 pigs, 9 donkeys, 14 horses, and 2,772,879 wild fish have all been slaughtered, so that people like you can satiate your addiction to the taste of their flesh and continue to point your greased-up finger at the vegans for being too extreme. For the rest of us, however, who are genuinely willing to take up the mantle of personal responsibility and follow our most deeply held ethical principles without exceptions for the sake of a sausage roll, I want to highlight some of the most obvious abuses of moral logic that I've seen on the topic of animal abuse and show you why it's just so insidious. Right, now, you may be someone who has simply never considered this stuff before, and if that's so, don't feel bad. My anger isn't directed at you. Okay, it's not your fault that we live in a society that's normalized animal cruelty to such an extent that we don't even notice it happening all around us. It's really not your fault. But allow me to clue you in, and hopefully that can change. And animal cruelty is truly everywhere. Right, it's a strange and regrettable irony that when I complain about dead animals being present in food and on billboards and in people's shoes, in chairs that I'm forced to sit on, in guitar straps and phone cases and bags and wallets and roads and cosmetics and the only legal physical currency of the United Kingdom, that I'm the one who's forcing other people to encounter an observation that they don't like. Right, I find it funny if it wasn't so sad, especially given just how willing those same people who levy this accusation against me, just how willing they are to be as pushy and loud and forceful and unapologetic as they like when talking about an ethical issue that they agree with, like trophy hunting or dog abuse or bullfighting. And that's what I'm hoping to demonstrate to you in this video, that when it comes to animal cruelty, cognitive dissonance is the norm, not the exception. I had the idea for this video when one day I was scrolling through Facebook and came across a post by a page called Lad Bible. Now, they're one of the biggest social media pages on the platform with around 37 million likes, and you'll almost certainly have heard of them, especially if you're in the UK. They're a huge page, basically, that shares a variety of different kinds of content, and the post that I saw was one about animal cruelty. Now, I started taking screenshots every time I saw a popular post about animal cruelty, and noticed that the general reactions and the comment sections seemed to vary massively depending on which species of animal happened to be the victim. Okay, here's a first example. Swan dies of broken heart after yobs destroy nest and kill unborn cygnets, and Lad Bible captions, "The heartless teenagers smashed her unhatched eggs with bricks and rocks." Obviously, this is horrible, right? Who would destroy the eggs of an animal, killing its younglings for no good reason? And the comments agree with me. 96,000 reactions, mostly angry, and the comments, "If these words are harsh, I don't care. I hope that someday these teens struggle to have families and think of their actions. Hope they find the little shits responsible for this and throw bricks at their faces." And check it out, this guy on Twitter thinks that we should bring back public hangings for the kids who destroyed these eggs. Okay, understandable outrage, perhaps.
Okay.
But now, here's a fact. That is not an opinion or a hot take, but simply a true fact. Every year, around 7 billion male chicks are killed immediately at birth by the egg industry, either by gassing them or grinding them up alive in an industrial macerator. Egg-laying hens are genetically engineered differently to the chickens used for meat, and so male layer chickens are totally useless since males don't lay eggs. This means that their first and last experience of this world is being crushed or gassed to death, and this chick culling occurs in all industrialized egg production, including free-range and organic eggs. And it's not like we need eggs to be healthy, right? What's the only thing that you can genuinely only get from eggs and not another source? Well, the way they taste. 7 billion chicks, literally ground up alive, or, in the words of the British Egg Information Service, humanely gassed every year for the sake of taste pleasure. And not only do people fail to condemn this, they continue to be the very cause of it happening by continuing to purchase eggs. but some teenagers destroy the eggs of one swan and everybody goes crazy. Cognitive dissonance. Here's another one. Bullfighting will return to Spain with strict new rules. The sport will continue despite the hopes of animal rights campaigners that the coronavirus pandemic would end the tradition. Again, thousands of mostly angry reactions. Let's look at the comments. This world is so messed up that people still want to see animal torture, fox hunting, bullfighting, various festivals that glorify animal abuse and cruelty. Sick people with no heart and no morals. It's disgusting. How can anyone think it's sport? Barbaric evil, torture of animals. This is why I would never go to Spain. Yes, good idea. Stay in the UK, where we would never force cattle to run around in an arena whilst being fought by a human. Stay in the UK, where we treat our cattle with decency by forcibly impregnating them, separating them from their wailing children, bolt gunning 70,000 of those calves in the head every year and killing them for veal, taking the mother's milk and then shipping her off to a slaughterhouse to have her throat slit for the sake of a burger. Hopefully the animal protein will give you enough energy to continue complaining about how poorly Spain treats its bovines. Of course, Lad Bible also makes posts relating to cows who have been abused and killed for the sake of being tasty. And I'm sure that this receives just as much condemnation. McDonald's is adding breakfast rolls with bacon, sausage, eggs, and cheese tomorrow. That's cheese from the dairy cows that we just talked about, along with the eggs necessitating the gassing or maceration of male chicks, and bacon and sausage from a pig, most likely in this country killed in a gas chamber, which simultaneously, by the way, acidifies the liquid in their eyes and throat whilst choking them to death. The caption? Breakfast just got a whole lot tastier. Love eyes emoji, licking lips emoji. Give me a break. Right, the only comment that I could find complaining about this post was someone upset that they no longer sell a steak, egg, and cheese bagel. Cognitive dissonance. Okay, let's take a slightly different turn. UK Zoo might have to euthanize its animals after being forced to close. Again, thousands of mostly sad and angry reactions. I mean, I'm not sure what the problem is. I was under the impression that it wasn't wrong to kill an animal as long as it had a good life and was well looked after before being slaughtered. Perhaps people have changed their mind on this. This commenter says, shocking, death should never be an option unless the animal's in extreme pain that won't heal or get better. If it bankrupts them, it bankrupts them. This should be made illegal. That's right, no excuse for taking the life of an animal that doesn't need to die. Unless it's a pig, or a cow, or a chicken, or a duck, or... Well, I think you get the picture. Right, but here's some better news. Iceland to donate profits of penguin biscuits to Chester Zoo after adopting penguins. The caption, you can help save the zoo by buying this snack. That's right, you can now help penguins by buying a biscuit containing milk from an industry that abuses and kills cows. How heartwarming to be given the opportunity to save some animals by signing the death sentence of others. Of course, cows are cows and penguins are penguins, and that makes all the difference. Cognitive dissonance. Here's something more local. In Oxford, there's a large meadow called Port Meadow, where you can find cows and horses going about their business. Unfortunately, it also has a problem with people littering, and a little while ago, the Oxford City Council made this Facebook post. Litter kills. This 7-month-old calf died after eating rubbish left on Port Meadow. Take your litter home with you, or face a £150 fine. And the local community were understandably outraged. Yeah, you know what else kills cows? Killing cows. 70,000 calves are killed each year in the UK alone so that we can eat veal. And that's done on purpose, right? And it's done by the same people prodding the angry react button in response to people being so heartless as to leave their litter in a field for a calf to eat. I know that I'd much rather be that calf than a cow on a factory farm, but so long as one is being turned into a tasty lunch, who the hell cares, right? Cognitive dissonance. Sea turns red in Faroe Islands as 250 whales slaughtered in one day in annual hunt. This year's barbaric event is going ahead despite the global pandemic. Again, let's look at the comments. Give me a gun and 10 minutes. The whales will be fine and I will not feel a thing when the humans are dead. Nothing humane about this at all. An act of cruelty masquerading as tradition. There are many things we used to do that are no longer relevant to today's society, and I wish this would cease. I couldn't have put it better myself. Now, someone else tries to defend this tradition by saying, How about people mind their own business and stop judging other people's culture and traditions? And
Ooh,
here comes
no,
the
no, no, no,
response.
no.
A tradition? Shut up. Sick as fuck. Traditions are Christmas and New Year, not slaughtering animals in this awful way. Eat turkey or chicken like normal people, not sea mammals that live in their ocean.
Yes!
Just shut your hole, mate. Yeah. Actually,
This
as
person
if
might
it
not
needs
make
I
it.
do have one comment
Sick.
on this. You'll remember that the original headline says 250 whales slaughtered in one day. Now, if, like this commenter, you want to eat chicken like a normal person, it may be of some use to know that the exact same number of chickens are
Bro,
cooked
this
for
guy
food
seems like a
in
fucking
less
pussy.
than a 15th of a second. For reference, since this video began, this is how many chickens have been slaughtered for food.
Yeah,
Now, I
and they
wonder
taste
how
good,
angry
bro.
the coverage of this chicken abuse is from the Lad Bible. KFC is selling half-price Zinger Stacker burgers this weekend. Customers just have to use a secret code word, drooling emoji, love eyes emoji. What's that word? Oh yeah, cognitive
hope that
dissonance. Here's a video on YouTube that really rubbed people the wrong way. ASMR dog leg eating. That's right, an ASMR channel posted a video of a woman eating some dog. And as you can see, the like to dislike ratio is telling. Here are some of the comments. The most delicious thing about this channel is its dislike button. I'm starting to think that this woman is a demon or something. Wonder when her eating my mum ASMR video is coming out. Come near my dog and see what happens. How can she eat a dog? Such a horrible thing. And my personal favorite, imagine asking this girl to cook you a hot dog. Yeah, imagine if she put a dead dog inside of some bread instead of a dead cow. That would be outrageous. Imagine if she put a dead pig. Oh, wait, no, because this ASMR video of someone eating some dead pigs, animals which are, by the way, just as intelligent as dogs, went down an absolute treat. People loved it. Cognitive dissonance. But even with everything that I've just shown you, at least vegans are generally respected online for their views, and not mocked or ridiculed or anything like that. It's not like any post remotely related to veganism, even when it's not motivated by the treatment of animals, is laughed out of the room by meat eaters, is it? Well, let's once again turn back to the Lad Bible to find out. Woman who spent £10,000 on failed acne treatment clears skin by going vegan. Cool. Right, good for her, whatever. Now let's look at some of the comments. The hardest thing about being a vegan is keeping it to yourself. Ha ha ha, did you come up with that one yourself? If God didn't want us to eat animals, he wouldn't have made them out of meat. I'd rather have a nice juicy burger with a slice of cheese and eat it in front of the cow's crying family. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that I've made my point, and that you'll think twice before claiming that vegans are pushy or extreme or cringy or just need a nice steak. Or if you can't manage that, then you forfeit your right to complain about animal cruelty when the victim happens to be a member of a species that you find cute. But you know what's definitely not cute? Cognitive dissonance. So cut it out. I've been Alex O'Connor, or Cosmic Skeptic. You can find me on social media here. If you like what I do and want to support it, please consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/Cosmic Skeptic. Don't forget to subscribe. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Well, folks, we here at Daily Web, we have a brand new movie. It's coming out on Friday night. You have to be a subscriber to see it. It is called Lady Ballers, and I'm joined in studio by my friend Jeremy Boring, who directed, starred in, and wrote this thing, so if it fails, it's all on him.
In a surprise drop this week, Daily Wire is releasing a brand new film. It is called Lady Ballers. If you haven't seen the trailer, well, we're going to show that to you in just a second. I'm joined here by the director, writer, star, key grip of the film.
This looks okay. I don't know. It kind of looks a little cringy, though.
So I want to show the trailer. We're going to watch the trailer. Then we're going to react to the trailer. And then we're going to talk about how this movie came to be, because it's absurd on every possible level. So let's play this thing.
In a world where women's sports is being transformed, the Daily Wire calls foul with the most triggering comedy of the year.
Guys, this is serious. Sports can be your pathway to a better life.
Well, like yours?
Please don't steal my catalytic converter again. Winning matters. It's the key ingredient in becoming a winner.
Maybe you should try it sometime. Are you gonna move?
I am not.
Let's cut to the chase. I know you're not a woman.
Hey, you don't know how he identifies.
If you can beat them,
What do you know about the U.S. Opens for the Global Games?
You want us to compete as women. $5,000 prizes.
My lover says you were a great coach back in the day.
join them.
This is the way the world is now. My 8-year-old daughter told me all about it. So a guy can become a girl with no physical changes at all.
Oh, that's called gender fluid.
So I can be a woman on the court and a man in the bedroom. I can't believe it. Nice!
You mean when you're sleeping?
Yes.
Coach,
Alex,
We could play basketball.
we'd have to get the whole team back together.
It's time
we're in.
I'm in. I'm in.
to play
Lady Ballers.
Man up.
like a girl.
That's right. I'm with her. I'm in my room. This is my room.
From heroes
Day one of being a girl athlete. I love being a girl.
to sheroes.
We could
I fucked up.
woman's sport. Running, swimming, soccer. I said sport, Felix.
It's ladies basketball, boys. Nobody watches.
Excuse me. Are these seats open?
Never mind.
Getting dunks. And tucking trunks.
No, she didn't.
That's the biggest I've ever seen on a lady.
I don't care.
Lady Ballers.
One can even be trans age now, which provides Sheelix with a wonderful opportunity to relive all the experiences that she missed out on in school.
Streaming exclusively on Daily Wire Plus December 1st.
So that's the thing you did.
Yeah. We like to make friends.
Okay, so let's go back to the inception of this idea. So you approached me and you said we should make a fictional film about this topic. Now, to be fair, I think I'd actually suggested to the Crane Boys that they do this as a doc.
Yes.
I originally went to them and I said, you guys should like go try out for a bunch of ladies' leagues. And that became not possible because, as it turns out, most ladies' leagues don't allow in actual men.
Actual brutes.
And they weren't willing to go the full distance in terms of what it would require in order to, you know, the actual hormone treatments and everything to play in some of the ladies' leagues. But in any case, it turned into this. So explain.
Yeah. Well, I think the thing that you have to understand is that I was getting ready to leave the country to go make our Pendragon series on July 9th. And somewhere about mid-March, I thought, wouldn't it be great if between today and July 9th, we wrote and produced an entire feature film? And so, yeah, the Crane Boys mentioned the idea that you had given them, and it had been in the back of my mind that, you know, we really should be making the movies that only we can make. In fact, I think it's a line that you had come up with. You know, what are the things that only we can do? And so I thought, well, obviously, there has not been a true comedy made since Barack Obama became president. I mean, Barack Obama destroyed 3 things.
Yeah.
Rock and roll, comedy, and America. That was other than that, he was a perfectly average president, you know, but it became impossible to tell a joke during the Obama administration because Obama made this sort of pact with
I'm gonna lose here.
with culture
Damn it.
shapers that they should change their fundamental understanding
I
of
gotta go
themselves.
take a piss.
In the case of comedians, they should no longer, you know, mock the absurd, but they should be agents for social change. The head writer of SNL famously said, you know, that they would make no jokes about Barack Obama. He said, there's literally nothing funny about this man. It is as though he is carved from a single piece of pure obsidian, which in itself is one of the funniest things that anyone has ever said. Because if anything, it was, you know, half of a slab of pure obsidian, and the other was Snow White marble.
Also a little racist, but yes.
A little racist. But this is the view that they took of Obama because of his sort of singular religious affect. You couldn't make any jokes anywhere ever. And you've seen, I mean, comedy has changed fundamentally in that era, and Hollywood stopped making these kinds of films. You go back to the early 2000s, you have some of the great comedies. You know, probably culminates with Tropic Thunder. It starts with Dodgeball, ends with Tropic Thunder. I miss those movies. You miss those movies. I think our audience misses those movies. And there's never been anything funnier or more mockable or more laughably absurd in the mainstream part of our culture than letting grown-ass dudes beat up women by calling themselves chicks. I mean, it's patently absurd. And so, yeah, it was like, well, there's a joke that needs to be told that only we can tell.
I've got a holiday gift idea that's sure to make you the hero of the season for the ladies in your life. Now, we all know the holidays can be a bit hectic. The shopping, the cooking, the never-ending list of things to do. Fear not. I've discovered a gift that's not just thoughtful, it's downright transformative. It is the gift of Genucel skincare. From now until Christmas, Genucel's most popular package has a special discount just for my listeners at Genucel.com/Shapiro. Treat yourself and your loved ones to the absolute best skincare in the world. By the way, not just for girls. Guys use Genucel as well because we also get the bags under our eyes. I know, I use it personally for the bags under my eyes. These troubling forehead wrinkles, fine lines, skin redness, yes, even that sagging jawline will disappear before your eyes with Genucel's most popular collection. Genucel promises immediate effects. You'll see results in less than 12 hours guaranteed, or you can get your money back, so it's risk-free. Genucel made Christmas come early this year. They sent a bunch of product down to the entire office. Our favorite thing about Genucel, the product's clean, natural, they're simply the best. You deserve to look and feel your best this holiday season. Head on over to Genucel.com/Shapiro. Get this incredible holiday discount. Every order today is instantly upgraded to free express shipping. That's Genucel.com/Shapiro today. Again, Genucel.com/Shapiro. 'Tis the season of giving, and what better way to express love and appreciation than by presenting the timeless and exquisite gift of fine pearl jewelry. At the Pearl Source, you get the highest quality pearl jewelry at up to 70% off retail prices. The Pearl Source cuts out the middleman by eliminating those crazy markups.
Bro, he always has so many fucking ads on every single one of his videos. It's ridiculous. He's obviously Jewish, bro.
PearlSource.com, promo code Ben.
He's like,
that's the craziest
on
part
any
of this,
video
is
that he has,
basically,
like
there was
fucking
a
10
script.
ads
You
on
ended up
there.
going through and
Like,
rewriting a lot of the
obviously
script.
Jewish.
You ended up directing the film. You ended up being the star of the film, and that was basically demanded by circumstance because there weren't actors who were willing to be in the film because of all what
I was getting ready to go to Europe on a location scout, and I sat down two writers that have worked with us in the past, Brian Hoffman and Nick Sheehan, both really talented guys. And I said, guys, I'm leaving for 2 weeks. When I come back, I need a script. Here's what it has to be about. I outlined for them what I wanted the movie to be. I went and scouted Romania and Bulgaria and Serbia, looking for places to shoot Pendragon. Came back, and they had done yeoman's work. They put together a script in that time. They solved some plot elements that were really good. But sort of like everyone that we approached with this idea originally, no one wants to go all the way. And so I did a little work on the script to help make sure that it went the full distance, and then we started going out to actors. And literally every single actor that we went out to for every single role told us no. And I want to be clear that this isn't like they read the script and said, this isn't funny. Many of them told us no just point blank on the phone when we pitched the idea.
Not funny!
And I also want to be clear that these aren't actors like, I mean, we didn't go out to Leo DiCaprio. We're going out to people who are on our side, who have been telling us for years, since we first got into movies, we'll walk across broken glass to be in a Daily Wire movie. This is people who have, in many cases,
wait, what was he saying? Did he say?
Had done yeoman's work. They put together a script in that time. They solved some plot elements that were really good. But sort of like everyone that we approached with this idea originally, no one wants to go all the way. And so
what the fuck?
To help make sure that it went the full distance, and then we started going out to actors. And literally every single actor that we went out to for every single role told us no. And I want to be clear that this isn't like they read the script and said, this isn't funny. Many of them told us no just point blank on the phone when we pitched the idea. And I also want to be clear that these aren't actors like, I mean, we didn't go out to Leo DiCaprio. We're going out to a little work on the script to help make sure that it went the full distance, and then we started going out to actors. And literally every single actor that we went out to for every single role told us no. And I want to be clear that this isn't like they read the script and said, this isn't funny. Many of them told us no just point blank on the phone when we pitched the idea. And I also want to be clear that these aren't actors like, I mean, we didn't go out to Leo DiCaprio. We're going out to people who are on our side, who have been telling us for years, since we first got into movies, we'll walk across broken glass to be in a Daily Wire movie. This is people who have, in many cases, already been canceled. And even they would say to us upon hearing this pitch, guys, that's the one thing. Like, no way. That you'll never. It's not just that you won't work again. Like, you will be persona non grata in every room you ever walk into.
They will fire you from a cannon into the sun. Yes.
Yeah, that's correct. And it was really shocking. I suppose it shouldn't have been, but to hear these already canceled conservative actors who've wanted to do things with us, just unwilling to touch the material. And that's when sort of the idea of, well, what if it was just us? What if the Daily Wire truly made the movie that only the Daily Wire could make? And
so they're saying that a
we
bunch of
all had some
actors
trepidation
didn't
about
want
that
to
going in.
go into the movie.
I want to say, though, that I can't imagine any better way that it could have gone. Because if we had gotten any of those actors, yes, they would have had skills that we don't have. They wouldn't have taken the jokes as far as we took them. They wouldn't have been willing to go the distance. And our guys, particularly Crane and Co., Jake Crane, Blaine Crane, and David Cohn, they committed themselves so completely to this process. And I was telling you in the makeup chair before we started, like, the things, the physical stuff they subjected themselves to, both from like body transformation, losing weight, gaining muscle, all of that piece of it, but then just also all the stunts, the hard days we were working. We had an 18-hour day our last day, and these guys, they were elite athletes before they moved into the sports commentary space, and you see it when you work with them, just absolute dedication and completely hilarious.
And of course, pretty much everybody cameos in this thing. Some have smaller cameos than others. My cameo is not very large, but
your cameo is not very large, but I will say, it is the bluest comedy in the entire film.
That's true.
It is exactly what anyone who knows that you're funny, which is apparently no one on the left who never understand when you're making a joke. But anyone who actually watches your show will be like, there goes Ben. There goes Ben Bennin. And it is hilarious.
And obviously we have everybody from Riley Gaines to Ted Cruz makes an appearance in that.
Well, I watched Wedding Crashers, and
it's his acting debut, right? I mean, like, Ted has been itching for this all his life since he was doing high school drama, and then somehow ended up in the United States Senate and also running for president. What he actually wanted.
Of course.
If he had gotten this when he was 20, he never would have been in politics.
So I will tell you that that's 100% true, and it is the perfect movie for Ted, because what people may not know, the man loves basketball. I mean,
it's true. He played Jimmy Kimmel.
He played Jimmy Kimmel and beat him. He loves basketball. He wants to be an actor. In fact, I've never told anybody this. In fact, he'll be mad at me for telling this. But he's in a tough re-election race right now, back in Texas, and obviously we need Ted Cruz in the Senate. But I called him and said, "Hey, I know that there's no way you can do this, but you should come to Hungary and be in Pendragon." I said, "I've got a role. I will physically transform you. It won't be a cameo. No one will know it's you. We won't market that you are in it. It'll just, you can actually come transform yourself and spend a week with us and actually act." And I thought, I'm giving a pal his actual dream. And then he reminded me that he has an actual job with enormous responsibilities. But for this, he was willing to come out and do a cameo for us, and was truly funny. And then we played a little one-on-one, and I do not have a dream of playing basketball. And so, yes, I was also skunked by a senator.
No, it's definitely all of your Daily Wire favorites.
Yes.
Matt Walsh is in it. He's hysterical. You saw him there. I know you may have missed him because he doesn't look like Matt Walsh, but in fact, that is Matt Walsh.
With a man bun.
Yeah. You got Michael Knowles and Brett Cooper in it as well.
Michael gives the most offensive performance in the film.
Shocker.
Yeah.
I can't
What the fuck?
The most shocking.
Finally justifying that salary.
Yeah. And there are cameos that we haven't announced yet. Some other people who show up and get some laughs for us, which, as the days draw toward the actual premiere, we'll release some of that info. But
so I want to go through some of the tweets that people have been sending. So, most positive, I would say the reception on Twitter particularly has been astonishingly good.
Overwhelmingly.
I mean, it's been probably 20 million views at this point on Twitter, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Also, we talk about this as though it's a controversial issue because the left pretends that it's a controversial issue. Virtually every human being alive today, and every human being alive until today, has known that men should not compete against women in women's sports.
I mean, that Blaine clip where he's picking up the girl and throwing her to the mat. I mean, like,
that part is fucking hilarious.
It's hilarious, but also, like, it's hilarious.
That part is funny because a woman got.
Should never be allowed under any circumstance.
And that is actually happening in the actual world. No, I can say watching that be shot was difficult. I mean, we had a great professional stunt woman, a true pro. She's wearing, you know, a skeletal body armor, basically, that's made to do this sort of thing, and it still hurt. I mean, Blaine is lifting her off the ground and slamming her into the mat. You have to do it over and over. I felt so bad for her. She was such a trooper. And I got in the van on the way home that night thinking, man, we're genuinely being terrible to women in the making of this movie. And then I realized, oh no, this is real. You can fight MMA. You know, the first biological man to fight against a woman in the MMA broke her skull. And the left is celebrating this. Meanwhile, everyone knows it's wrong. And only this weird virtue signaling social proof culture causes us, well, not us, but causes many people to pretend that they don't know that it's wrong. And so what I think is great about our movie is it does what comedy is supposed to do. It actually points out an absurdity. The movie is absurd, but it's only as absurd as the real world. We're just choosing to frame it in a way that allows you to laugh at it. I think this movie is less akin to Dodgeball. Tonally, it's like Dodgeball, but thematically, it's much less Dodgeball, and it's much more. What was your movie that you turned me on to about Stalin?
Oh, Death of Stalin.
Death of Stalin. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's much more Death of Stalin.
Because underneath there's like an actual serious.
It's like, no, this is actually what happened.
Right.
It's just okay to laugh.
Right, exactly. Okay, so let's look at some of the tweets. So Riley Gaines, who is cameoing, and then she says, highlighting the absurdity of allowing men into women's sports through comedy and what's supposed to be satire. This is the way. So excited for this. Make sure to watch Lady Ballers, featuring me and some of the most influential people in the conservative movement on 12/1. Yeah, Riley's in it. She's great.
You couldn't make a movie about this topic and not have Riley in the film.
Seth Dillon from the Babylon Bee says, yes, the madness must be mocked. Well done, Jeremy. You'll get a mention when I win Best Supporting Actor for my part in this.
Yeah.
So I guess I wasn't there the day that Seth was on.
So, you know, I was trying to decide who do we ask to cameo in the film, and I needed someone who was the kind of beta, low-grade guy who would allow himself to be tied to furnaces, the kind of grifter who would actually put forth men to participate in women's sports. And the first guy I thought of course, was Seth Dillon. Seth has been so good. This is actually, when I called Seth and asked him to be in the film, I said in all sincerity, there are very few people who have been more consistently outspoken on the issue than Seth. And, you know,
which is the reason Elon Musk currently owns X.
That's exactly right. You know, Seth in some ways, some very direct ways, contributed.
By making jokes about this topic, he changed the world.
That's right. Contributed to the preservation of free speech in our time. And so, yeah, to having Seth in the movie was an honor, and he's funny.
And Wokeness tweeted, this is what we've all been craving for so long, actual comedy. Lady Ballers is going to be one of the top blockbusters of the year. Mark my words. By the way, I think that's actually true. I don't know if you saw how Wish did over the weekend, but I think there's a significant possibility this outperforms Wish. I mean, that's a very low bar.
Top blockbuster, it's a low bar in 2023.
And then people were of course, the best tweet of all time.
This is truly one of your best tweets.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So people were trending Juwanna Mann yesterday because
so it turns out that there was a movie 20 years ago called Juwanna Mann,
right?
Which I learned about yesterday.
Yeah, and I knew that it was there, but it had not occurred to me that people would see the similarity because, I mean, frankly, it's transphobic to see the similarity. So Juwanna Mann is the tragic tale of a basketball player in the UBA, not the NBA, the UBA. And he ends up being expelled from the UBA, and it's basically Tootsie, but basketball, and bad. And he ends up going to the WUBA and playing in the WUBA.
Fuck yeah.
And falling in love with his roommate, but of course he's supposed to be a girl, and this creates all sorts of... It's the plot of Tootsie, but lowbrow and basketball. But to compare that
exactly
to this
what I
is
wanted.
Just sick. I'm sorry, it is as I say, how dare you compare Lady Ballers, a movie about beautiful trans women, with Juwanna Mann, a movie about a man pretending to be a woman. Your bigotry is horrifying. And it's so true. It's so true. By the way, it is kind of amazing, though. So all these people on the left were blithely comparing our film
to
Juwanna Mann, which shows that they know the thing, right? Because Juwanna Mann is about a man. Literally, he doesn't pretend that he's actually a woman. He's a man pretending to be a woman. He doesn't say, I am a woman, therefore I get to play in the WUBA. He's a man pretending to be a woman
it's Mrs.
for
Doubtfire.
advantage.
Yeah, it's wrong, and he's hiding it.
Right.
He's afraid to get caught.
So when you guys compare our movie to Juwanna Mann, what are you saying about trans women in sports? What are you actually saying about trans women in sports?
Also, yes, if you look back 20 years to a time before Barack Obama was president, there were comedies. Sure.
Right. I mean, hot chicks with. Blaine picking up that girl and slamming, and that's Rob Schneider taking a pillow and just bashing a girl into a wall.
That's right.
And you used to be able to do that because the idea of it is hilarious and stupid and wrong.
And this is going to be a criticism that we get from people on the right who are jealous that we made a movie and didn't include them. They're going to say, you know, the Daily Wire made a drag comedy, blah, blah, blah. Yes, because for all of human history, dudes dressing like chicks is funny.
Because it's incongruous and silly.
Thank you. That's right. And now we're supposed to pretend that that isn't funny.
It's not only not funny, it's brave.
Yeah.
The bravest men are the ones who dress as women. The best men are. You always say that the best women are men, but also the best men are women.
That's right.
The best of them. Well, we are making the joke. You should go check out Lady Ballers. Again, it's going to be available only at DailyWirePlus.com. You can go check out Daily Wire, become a subscriber, and remember, when you do that, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. I'll already have seen the film because, of course, I'm the star. Jeremy is merely a bit player. But when you actually go see the film, you're going to love it. Friday, 8 p.m. You have to be a subscriber to see it. So go do that right now. Jeremy, it's great to see you, and get your ass back to Europe.
Yeah, I'm on my way.
Are you tired of the lies and the twists of the mainstream media talking points? Yeah, me too. Join me in my newest series, Fact, where I dismantle and bring truth to this tiring mainstream agenda.
DAZN's Unrivaled Fight Schedule is here, featuring unmissable returning fighters, unreal two-division contenders, unstoppable global superstars, and undefeated champions. The Unrivaled Schedule, only on DAZN. Sign up now at DAZN.com.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented...
Oh, do you guys want to see something cool? It's another reminder that nobody listens to sociologists, even though everything we do and say is correct all the time with no exceptions. Denver experimented with giving people $1,000 a month. It reduced homelessness and increased full-time employment, a study found. Wow. You know, I feel like I've seen so many of these over the course of my streaming, open quotes, career. And I never get tired of reading them because it just makes me feel a little more smug every time, like internally, you know, even though the results are the same every time. So sociology is the only field where, in order to prove the validity of your claims, you not only have to do an experiment to prove that you're correct, you have to keep doing it forever. You know? Like, a physicist only has to prove reliably once to an international community that a given, process works. A sociologist has to keep proving it forever. Twice. Okay, twice. Not once. Twice, sure. Well, more than twice, certainly, for sociologists. It doesn't necessarily by happiness, but both personal experience and academic research suggests when people have more money, they're more likely to lead a pleasant life. Wow. The results so far: participants who were sleeping in the streets at the start of the experiment, now with more money in their pockets, said they were feeling safer, experiencing better mental health, and enjoying access to more stable and welcome living arrangements. Wow. Last October, more than 800 people were enrolled in the basic income plan, but they didn't all receive the same stipend. There are three groups. One receives $1,000 a month for a year. Another receives $6,500 up front and then $500 a month from there. And the other gets just $50 a month. Man, sucks to be a part of that last group, huh? While cautioning this was only an interim 6-month follow-up for what is a year-long program, the researchers nonetheless found stark and encouraging changes in participants' material conditions. Those who received $500 a month or more had seen the biggest gains. Wow. At the start, fewer than 10% said they were living in a home or apartment, while at the 6-month point, more than a third said they were living in their own housing. The guaranteed income also dramatically reduced visible homelessness. When the initiative began, some 6% of the people in the $1,000 a month group said
Beautiful, exactly what I wanted.
Fell to zero 6 months later. The group that received a large lump sum similarly reported decline from 9% sleeping outdoors to 3%. Even those who received just $50 moved indoors to a degree, declining to 4% from 8%. 34% of participants said they resided in their own home or apartment, up from just 8% a half year earlier. Yeah. Other cities are trying UBI. Nice. Yeah, we're going to keep doing this forever. Like this, I don't know what it's going to take, you know?
the fact of the matter is, even if you ignore the fact that it's just morally correct to give people the resources necessary to comfortably live and be able to get food and whatever, it is just a good economic sell to do this, because there are enormous costs associated with homelessness. First of all, and this is going to sound cold because it's like, oh, you can't put a monetary value on human... Well, you can, and cities do, so let's just move with that, okay? First of all, massive decrease in property values. When homeless people camp in cities, which they do because they have to, because they can't afford not to, those areas suffer massive decreases in property values and in foot traffic because people don't want to walk around potentially belligerent, dangerous, or just sad to look at homeless people, which means a reduction in foot traffic, which means a reduction in local businesses access, which means a reduction in city access, which means a reduction in the value of those properties. Sometimes the reduction in property value is in the millions.
Oh shit, I fucked up!
Think about it. There being a homeless encampment, or homeless people generally, in a single block, a single street, can reduce the collective price of businesses in that area by
Fuck!
And that's only with like mid-rise buildings. If we're talking areas that have skyscrapers,
I done fucked up.
Homelessness and income inequality can significantly reduce the overall value of a city. Look at what's going on in parts of LA, Skid Row. Look at what's going on in like parts of San Francisco.
Damn it!
There's an enormous amount of money left on the table there, purely because it's just a dampening to that area of the city. Also,
damn it!
In like policing, from like harassing homeless people on anti-loitering stuff to like throwing people in the drunk tank for a day, then
Wait, how did he get 20 troops?
People cost society a ton because we don't do them the decency of providing them even the basic, like, bare necessities of existence, and as a consequence, like it, like I guess
I was trying to go too fast.
Really
Fuck.
It's just so senseless. It's so senseless. It's so silly. It's so dumb. It hurts everyone. It's so dumb. And then if you help them a bit, they can get back up on their feet and they can do things that make them more economically productive. And then they're like contributing a net gain to society rather than just not.
I can't believe that was that fucking
it
stupid.
Saves money to do them well.
Damn
But
it.
a lot of Americans want homelessness to be suffering, you know? A lot of Americans see homeless people or poor people or criminals or whatever other disenfranchised group, and they're like, no, we can't give them things. Why should they get free things when my upper middle class suburban cousin who had to work his entire life didn't get free things, you know? And that's their mentality, and then nothing gets done and nothing changes, and like it stays bad forever. What does UBI stand for? Universal Basic Income. It's the idea that things could be a lot better if you literally just gave people money flat out, period, no strings attached.
Fuck.
The research we have on UBI is generally pretty positive, especially an indication it doesn't actually seem to decrease people's willingness to do work. So that's cool. What if the person who wanted free things worked hard their whole lives too? Yeah, I always like the implied statement that being homeless isn't hard. Like, if we're sort of like measuring rewards by suffering here, working a 9 to 5 your whole life is hard. I'm not going to say it's not. I mean, I guess it depends on the 9 to 5. But like, oh, you got what for that? What'd you get? Well, you got a house in the suburbs. You know, you got like a life, right? Being homeless is pretty hard. What do you get for being homeless? Nothing. Well, like, what are we talking about? Like, what are we even talking about right now?
I can't believe that I fucking
Fix
did
your
that.
collar. What's wrong with my collar? That's what's played out. It's fine. What's wrong with that?
I've never played this map before. I didn't know how to get them all.
There we go. Yeah. All right. Thank you for. Do you prefer a UBI or a negative income tax? You mean a regressive income tax? No, I think UBIs are fine. The main issue that I have with UBIs, though, is that UBIs don't decommodify anything. So even if people are provided a UBI, the problem is that, like, that doesn't change the fact that housing prices can go up. Is the UBI going to go up every single year with inflation? The problem is, like, judging from how rarely the federal minimum wage is increased, it gets me the impression that, like, even if we had a UBI, it would be maybe okay for like a year or two or three, but then inflation and housing prices would go up and food prices would go up and everything would go up, and then it's like, oh wow, the UBI like just 10 years ago was worth effectively double what it is now, and then it takes 10 more years for them to update it, which is why I think UBI is good, but I favor decommodification as a first strategy in a lot of cases. So for homeless people, I don't just want a UBI, I also want like state-built or like city-built housing that is meant to serve with like an incredibly heavy subsidy towards use by people who are in a low-income circumstance. Historically, we call this like Section 8 housing, which has a very negative association to it because the city government tends to build pretty shitty accommodations for like poor people. And Section 8 housing varies in quality, area to area. There are some areas of America where Section 8 housing is basically just like miserable, and there are some areas where it's pretty okay. Like Google says this is Section 8 housing. I've seen stretches of Section 8 housing that look pretty okay. It's really, it doesn't have to be bad is the thing. Like Section 8 housing is just a form of like government assistance, you know? Theoretically, you could have Section 8 housing that's luxury, though I don't think you should do that. That seems like kind of a waste. But let's make them nice, you know? And that's doable. And make them available to people of, you know, lower socioeconomic strata, preferably, you know, the people in the lowest at first, so help them out. And yeah, go from there. Just some nice row houses, you know? Just build them out big. Hell yes. Make them some apartment buildings. 500 families to a building. I know Enbiota. I think both need to be done. But I think decommodification is a pretty easy sell for something like housing. Is there something wrong with commodities? Well, I am a communist. I mean, I think that in the long run, while there might be some things that are better relegated to market principles, perhaps, like some luxury goods or stuff that isn't directly associated with the well-being of humans, I think that in the long run it would be a good idea to find social incentives outside of the acquisition of currency. Or at the very least, we would stop having capital and start having some kind of currency that isn't tied to capital accumulation. Like if you want to use the term labor vouchers to sound like a gigantic nerd, you can go for that. But the basic idea is if you're going to have currency, it should be a kind of currency that can't be used to reinvest in capital, because that's how you get, well, capitalism, which I don't like. But I think it's a slow and incremental process.
How the fuck do you
Shifts,
even do
especially
that?
shifts
That doesn't
in,
even make any fucking
economic
sense.
Motivators and incentives are very complicated, and they're very difficult to plan out for, and they're very difficult to predict. So what we need to do is move slowly. I think some things are easier arguments for decommodification than others. For example, Medicare, Medicare for all, that's decommodified medical care, where now it's all run through the government and people just pay the effective cost in taxes, you know? I think that'd be great, because a massive drain on our healthcare system, a massive increase in its overall cost, is the weight and the bloat of insurance companies, which full decommodification would address. You know, that's why America has such ineffective and expensive private healthcare. Housing is another easy one. I think that to an extent food would also be a very easy early case for decommodification. I also believe in UBIs because I think that we can't just instantly decommodify everything, you know, if we even wanted to. I'm kind of dumb, but don't we need to reinvest in capital for expansion of services? Well, it wouldn't be capital in the same way. The idea would be if in such a system, and this is very far down the line, but the idea would be in such a system beyond market socialism and proper socialism, the way you would like develop out a business or anything to that extent would be like in close care and in conjunction with the local community you built out from. You could rely on stuff like grants, or you could, maybe it wouldn't even be a cost thing. Maybe if you could make an argument to a city, like, hey, we have like an enterprise we'd like to put here, you know, like we make really nice shoes, and I think that your community can use this really nice shoe store or whatever. Rather than like buying the land and building it up or whatever, the city would want you to be there and would literally just provide the resources, the land, the what have you, and just relegate it to the broader like you know, commodity chain that allows you to produce those shoes. Now, I'm simplifying massively here, but do keep in mind that a full and detailed explanation of exactly how capitalism functions is also insane. Like, where did this toothbrush at my local Walgreens get made? And then like you didn't have to cut me off, as you're like opening this gigantic scroll of like 87 different supply chains that connect the entire planet. It's like, wahoo, you know? At the baseline, things start simple and they grow in complexity as we find ways to refine and make more efficient these systems. So, you know, I wouldn't claim like anything should be done just like right off the bat, but there are easy steps you could make, you know, like early on. UBI is relatively simple. Decommodifying housing is something that we already do to an extent with Section 8 housing. That's just more of a subsidy than full decommodification, but you could lean into that, you know. Certainly that would be a good place to start. And make it good. Make it tasty, you know? That's nice, Scuba. I'm happy to hear that. Mine, Sasha. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a process. Though it has been shown that UBI does not reduce people's incentive to work. Was that Norway? Hold on. Norway UBI incentive to work. Was that Norway or was that Finland? I think that might have been Finland. Yep. It was Finland. Interestingly, the final results of Finland's program, released this spring, found that a basic income actually had a positive impact on employment. People in the basic income were more likely to be employed than those in the control group, and the differences were statistically significant, albeit small. So, if anything, the evidence seems to indicate that a UBI would actually have a positive effect on people's willingness to work. Which makes sense to me for a few reasons, but I don't want to get into it because it's complicated. Didn't they stop funding the program after a few times? Well, yes, because again, nobody listens to sociologists. Yeah, it was a trial thing. It was a study. It wasn't like a full-on consistent government program. That's true, Kazium. Yeah, even a small margin there is pretty significant. I mean, you can get into the study vast its passion. I remember reading it on stream a while ago. Just generally speaking, guys, it's good for people to feel good. The more deprived and dispossessed people are, the argument is that that makes them work harder, but that's actually not true. It just makes them hopeless and miserable. It makes them drains on society because they're not educated enough to be very productive. It makes them antagonistic towards the law and law enforcement, which, you know, may be justified, but also is bad when it comes to, like, social, you know, just general, like, social well-being and education. Like, everything gets worse, you know? You want everyone to be on at least some kind of parity, like some kind of even playing field, and that makes everything better. A strong, robust middle class, the thing that we had, like, from the New Deal onward, at least, like, I guess, like, the mid-1950s, up until Reagan, like, for about 30 years, that was probably the best era that America had in terms of, like, relative prosperity for people in the in. It's worth knowing, by the way, of course, that even during that era of the great middle class, that was very much like a middle-class white people thing, you know? Those gains were not equally distributed, so I'm not arguing that things were better in the 50s. I'm only arguing that in the groups that shared in that, in those benefits, there were, like, undeniable advantages to having a less stratified income distribution, where the boss made like 5 to 10 times as much as you rather than 500 times as much as you. You are creating a hyper-idealistic image of the average homeless person as a principally functional member of society, which does not match reality. Bro, I'm just citing data. Oh, what the dude, I grew up in LA, okay? I'm not some, like, privileged ass, like, grew up in a gated community. All right, I walked by homeless people every day on my way to my high school job, all right? I know a lot of them are crazy drug addicts, okay? I'm just repeating the data, you know? And also, yeah, a lot of them are drug addicts. Do you think that just, like, cuts them off from humanity forever? You know, like, give them the resources to get clean. They did that in Portugal, and it helped, you know? A lot of them are crazy. Sure, like, yeah, we shut down the state's mental institutions. It seems like it's a big deal to take care of these guys, but in reality, we are taking care of them either way. Like, there are two ways out of this, right? You either fix the problem, or you just, like, I don't know, throw them into a big blender. And while there are plenty of local politicians in Los Angeles who are trying to make that latter option legal, I don't think that's the ethically correct solution. So I think it would actually be better if we tried to make life better for everyone, you know? And I think that raises, I think that raises the bar for everyone. We can get this. Like, this is doable, you know? It's not impossible. Like, America is worse at this than a bunch of other countries. You know? It's not like we're working off no data on this. Like, there are absolutely things that could be done. People don't realize how mentally destabilizing it is to be homeless. Drugs become a necessity to get through the day every bit as much as food and water. I don't disagree. Yeah, like when you have a country where like a third of the Gen Z and millennials are like weed addicts who have to smoke a ton of weed to get through their like service worker job. No shit, homeless people are on fentanyl. Like what the, like dude, their life sucks. Like you can't go to the DMV without getting baked first, and you're going to judge them for like doing some harder shit while they're on the street. What the, like, yeah, it's like how you have these dipshit Stepford wife like drinks 3 glasses of wine every night and is addicted to Xanax ass white women who haven't worked a day in their lives, judging homeless people when they're addicts to 3 different pharmacy drugs to cope with the burden of having the husband that cheats on them and children that don't love them. Meanwhile, like, homeless people are out there licking butt sweat off of park benches for nourishment, and you're mad at them for what? Drinking? What do you do? Shut up. Fuck off. Jesus Christ. You both need help. Them more than you.
This map's way too big, especially to find 2 people.
What's the matter, Emily? Why are you so sad all the time? Nothing is the matter. Nothing at all. There's nothing for me to be
'Cause
sad
I'm
about
sad,
having to
Nick.
do to
I'm just wondering, right?
The fuck was that ad?
If some nut job militia came out of in Alabama or whatever and started murdering people in neighboring states, right? And then went back to Alabama, and they're all sort of like hiding out among the town or whatever. Like, and the U.S. Air Force did Alabama what Israel's done to Gaza. Like, would you be okay with that?
Wait, hold on. Before anybody gets it, Vivian, I'm gonna say that this is a horrible analogy. Can you guess why?
I can guess why. It's probably the point that I'm going to argue with you about. But do you have an answer to the question?
No. The analogy, I'm gonna reject the analogy, but I'm curious if you'll know why I would reject the analogy, because it's a ridiculous analogy, and you've made like 3 of them so far. I'm curious if you have any idea why. Or if
What
you-
was this analogy?
Thinking these are good analogies.
I
I'm just
hear
curious
it.
what you'll.
I'm just wondering, right? Like,
Why does he sound so
if
weird?
some nut job militia came out of in Alabama or whatever and started murdering people in neighboring states, right? And then went back to Alabama, and they're all sort of like hiding out among the town or whatever. Like, and the U.S. Air Force did to Alabama what Israel's done to Gaza. Like, would you be okay with that?
Wait, hold on. Before anybody gets it, Vivian, I'm gonna say that this is a horrible analogy. Can you guess why?
Is he gonna say because it's their own citizens? I don't know.
I'm going to argue with you about. But do you have an answer to the question first?
No. The analogy, I'm gonna reject the analogy, but I'm curious if you'll know why I would reject the analogy, because it's a ridiculous analogy, and you've made like 3 of them so far. I'm curious if you have any idea why, or if you are truly thinking these are good analogies. I'm just curious what you'll say. If I'm gonna reject the analogy, why would you think I would reject any of these analogies?
Well, I think you're probably going to reject the analogy because you're going to say that the.
Or is it because of the historical
part of the United States, right? And those
But
are-
Gaza is part of
as
Israel.
opposed to Gaza,
In
who
a
are
way.
ostensibly under the governance of Hamas.
No,
And
not even
not
close.
Israeli citizens.
What I'm
No?
gonna say
Okay.
is you're pointing out one lone shooter or one lone gunman in a state that the vast majority of the state would probably heavily reject and would probably cooperate with the rest of the federal
No,
government.
it said some nut job militia came out. Right. I'm
Yeah.
talking about
Even a
decent
nut
amount of
job
people.
militia. Notice how you have to phrase that nut job militia. What if you made it more
Yeah,
accurate?
like
What if
the
you
nut
said?
job
What if you
Hamas
said?
terror.
What if you
Like
said
all
that,
of the.
What if you said that Arizona was being invaded by the LAPD? That the LAPD grabbed 50,000 officers. They would cross the border into Arizona to shoot and kill people and then go back to California. And that when the federal government was like, we need to see these shooters, and they go, sorry, we're a sanctuary city. We don't cooperate with the federal government. And then these attacks continued for 20 years. At that point, and let's say that the citizens of LA were like, they haven't held elections for a while, but, we did vote them in, and we do think that we need to be violent against Arizona because it's fucking Arizona. Jesus, who likes Arizona, right?
But also the LAPD was funded by China,
No,
Russia.
we don't even need that part. We
North
don't even need
Korea.
that part. We don't need
This
that
is
part.
difficult for me because my knowledge of American geography is about as good as Stephen's knowledge of geography. in general.
Okay, one at a time.
Stephen,
Did he just say that his knowledge of geography is not good? Because I did just see a video of him getting.
Wait, I want wait. Hold on. I want Vivian to engage with that. I want Vivian to engage with that. The police force.
Right. So
of
you're
a
talking
neighboring
about
state-
the length of the situation, right?
No, I'm talking
Okay,
about
but
the
what's the-
fact that it's the representative police force of a region that ostensibly has some kind of support from the citizens and is like operating in a territory with said citizens, and then going over and doing terror attacks on a neighboring state.
Okay, cool. In that situation, would you be okay with the response from the American government?
If the
Being the
American
same as
government
Israel.
said, if the American government went to California and said, California, you need to turn these people over, and California says, not only we're not going to turn these people, if you try to come and get them, we will fucking kill you, and we're going to start hiding these cops in like civilian houses and if at some point these attacks continued against Arizona, the U.S. government's like, okay, well, we're going to start marking houses and bombing parts of your cities if you're not going to do anything about this. Yeah, I think that there is a stronger argument for the federal government there to do violent intervention. Yes.
Okay, because I mean, like mainly my point with that is that they're still, that these people are at least to some extent the responsibility of the Israeli government. We're not really talking about a war between two foreign powers. Like it's almost a civil war.
How is it a civil? It's not a. How is it a civil war?
Well, because Israel occupied Gaza, right, and a military occupation.
Does an occupied territory become part of a civil war if it's an occupied territory?
I said it's akin to a civil war.
It's not
right?
akin to a
It's
civil war.
not
A
the
civil
same
war
as,
is two of the same people fighting against each other. Pretty sure Palestinians would rope you if you called it a civil war, because I mean that's considered themselves the same people as the European settlers that came in.
A civil war is not. Okay, a civil war is not necessarily two of the same people. It can be two different ethnic demographics, definitely. Two different religious demographics, definitely. Right? It's that these two people are united under one government, right? Which is essentially the claim that I'm making, is that at least to some degree, Israel governs Gaza, right?
Israel does not govern Gaza. They have blockades and stuff, but it's not. They're not governing it.
I mean, they kind of are.
There was a separate government. There is a separate.
There is a separate government. You're absolutely right, right? That's why I said to some extent, Israel has control over Gaza, right? Israel is a governing force in Gaza because it controls certain things about the way people get to live in Gaza, especially what resources they can have, but also where they can go, what they can do, etc.
Sure. I mean, if you want to do it akin to a civil war, I mean, if that's the case, then you probably would expect to see this level of destruction, then, right? How many didn't over 500,000 people die in the U.S. Civil War? Like, there's a lot of. I mean, if that's the comparison you want to go with, but
yeah, to put it in super simple terms, like I think Israel has as much responsibility, or nearly as much responsibility, for the citizens of Gaza as they do for their own citizens, right? The people they would actually consider their citizens, and especially even more so in the West Bank, right, where they're still murdering people.
And also where Palestinians are murdering Israelis and other terrorist groups are murdering Israelis as well, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Palestinian terror groups are murdering Israelis, and Israeli terror groups are murdering Palestinians, and the Israeli state is murdering Palestinians, and the Israeli state actually has appointed ministers within its administration who are members of terrorist groups, or who were members of terrorist groups that have murdered Palestinians. Yeah, and in Gaza, you have a devolved government, let's call it, right, in Hamas, who are terrorists who've murdered Israeli citizens, etc., etc., etc. Right? But my point
that's
is
fine.
that
And the leader of
Israel,
the leader of the PLO, the moderate Palestinian government that the rest of the world is hoping to hand shit over to. Okay, Abbas, his PhD dissertation was literally talking about the relationship between Nazism and Zionism.
Nobody has any fucking faith in Abbas. Everybody's like, Abbas is useless, right? Even in the West Bank, nobody has any fucking faith in Abbas. Anybody proposing Abbas to take over is a fucking idiot, all right? But like,
okay, that's a trend, by the way, in Palestinian leadership, that nobody can lead them because they're all fucking terrorists or insane. That's not like a unique thing with Abbas.
As
That's a pretty
opposed
broad
to
statement to make about all Palestinians.
I said Palestinian leaders.
Well, most of them have been involved in politics for a really long time and have seen multiple wars, right? So yeah, I mean they're going to be militants. Generally.
Oh, well then that's an excuse for Israel as well, then too.
So my
they've all
question
been
is,
in multiple wars as well. Yeah.
I never said it was an excuse. It's just a reason, right? Like, I don't know why you're trying to keep pigeonholing me into like, oh, you're supporting Hamas, blah blah. Hamas, absolutely, 100%.
Hamas.
Okay. Hamas, any act of terrorism which deliberately targets civilians. The only reason that I'm talking about Israel targeting civilians is because that's what this conversation is currently about. If you want to have a conversation about what happened on October 7th and talk about how fucking awful and disgusting Hamas are, I'm completely fine to do
Piece
that.
of shit.
I don't think it's particularly useful because what's happening right now, right, is that Israel are leveling half the fucking Gaza Strip. They're forcing the population to move further and further and further south. They've cut off. We now have a situation in which people are living on
fuck you.
rations, don't have access to electricity, water, whatever, right? And we're looking at a massive humanitarian atrocity. And the attitudes of people in the Israeli government are what matters to this. Not the attitudes of people in Hamas, except maybe with regards to like how long you can make a ceasefire last. But I don't think that the Israeli government want a ceasefire to last.
Of course
right?
they don't, because they want to get rid of Hamas.
Yeah, they
because
want
all
to
the people that
completely
are
obliterate
screaming
Hamas.
No, they've violated ceasefires before to continue to stoke it because they want their military to seem much more superior in the region, to use their
I
deterrence
mean, they have, but I
capacity.
think they do really need
And because
to,
they want to
set out-
stall the political process. They do not want Gaza or Palestine to become a state. They don't.
I think
the
they-
Political Party does not want Gaza to become a state.
Wait, hold on.
I
First,
agree- I agree
literally
with you
everybody
there.
violates ceasefires. Okay, number one, everybody violates ceasefires. Number one, and number two, I mean, right now they probably don't want them to become a state because who the would even lead that Palestinian state?
This is Cricut Joy Extra, our fits in any space smart cutting machine that helps you make popular projects in popular sizes. It precision cuts our most loved materials and works with printable materials for stickers that make you smile. It writes, draws, and foils too. We've got your back with free online learning and a community to inspire and support you. So make all the things, plus extra, with Cricut Joy Extra.
Welcome back to the comments section. I'm Brett Cooper. I am very excited about this episode because it is actually very, very positive. Like, I have had a great time the last few days watching all of this news come out on my X feed, on TikTok. It seems like everybody is just pumped over the news that has come out in Argentina. So Argentina just elected their new, long-awaited right-wing president. His name is Javier Milei, and he is nicknamed the Madman, and he is quite a character. He got his start as a media personality, and he just recently joined politics. Sound familiar to anybody? Some people have already started to compare him to Trump, but I truly think that he is just amazing and different in his own right, and honestly, he might even be better than Trump. We're gonna dive into all of his wild antics and why people love him and hate him, but first, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to this channel if you have not already, and ring that notification bell so that you never miss a comment section or off the clock episode. So for a little bit of context for why people describe him as the Madman and why he's being compared to Trump, here's a video that edited together some of his best moments during the campaign. But before I show you the video, the caption reads, "Meet Argentina's new president, Javier Milei." When he was growing up, kids called him the Madman because of his energetic outbursts. At the age of 18, Milei, who was a soccer player, gave up the sport to pursue a career in economics. Milei started getting famous for debates on live television where he would hurl insults at his rivals along with his madman energy. After a 2018 incident where Milei called a journalist a donkey, a local court ordered a psychological exam after he refused to apologize for, quote, gender violence. Milei hates wokeism, hates socialism, hates the media, hates excessive government spending, hates the political elite, and loves his country. Legend. All right, here's the video. Prepare yourself, because it's wild. I don't know what's going on here, but I kind of love it. I do love this one for sure. This must be his version of the YMCA.
Afuera.
It's good.
Ministerio de Cultura. Afuera. Ministerio de Ambiente y Desarrollo Sostenible. Afuera. Ministerio de las Mujeres y Género y Diversidad. Al zurdo de mierda no le podés dar ni un milímetro.
¿Me podés definir zurdo de mierda que no
Todos
lo
los que,
entiendo?
digamos, los colectivistas. La corrección política estúpida, donde básicamente, no, si ustedes no recitan el socialismo cool, si ustedes no son woke, entonces son violentos, son un peligro para la democracia. Vamos, muchachos, digamos con estas estupideces y en lugar de ser 140, vamos a hacer la Villa Miseria más grande.
He's so good. That last line especially, where he was like, who cares about all of this socio-culture gender BS, all of your weird woke political ideologies, when our economy is tanking, when people can't afford to even live in our country, and you're concerned with that.
This is worthless.
It's less than worthless, my boy.
That should be the energy that we in our country have as well. But I think that we are also a little too concerned with the socio-political nonsense. Watching all of this unfold has really just made me wish that we also had a president that was calling out the woke BS in our society right now. But like I said at the beginning, this is very positive. I am very, very happy for Argentina because they have lacked a good leader like this for so long. Somebody commented and said, we need that kind of fire in this country. Another person said, what a polar opposite from the current president. Yes, exactly. Argentina has been plagued with skyrocketing inflation and basically economic ruin for years. And to be honest, Milei was literally their last chance. And I think that that's why a lot of people, took a leap of faith with him, the crazy option, and it's already paying off, I can tell you that. And my favorite part of the video that we just watched is when he's going down the whiteboard and he's ripping off all of the absolutely useless agencies, or ministries as they call them in Argentina, that much like in America, do nothing but spend our money, aid corruption, and promote progressivism, or as he calls it, cultural Marxism. And I wish that somebody would just slash those ministries and those agencies in our country. Maybe soon. Fingers crossed, 2024. We have hope. We do.
Well, Vivek says that he's going to.
Place in Argentina, which you guys know, I love. He has promised to give families back.
Trump's gonna fire a bunch of people, but it sounds like Vivek is just gonna fucking just get rid of most shit.
Argentina is broke. And
Which
we have
Vivek's not gonna win, but
the American government seems to understand that we can admit
I like
that we
Vivek.
are also in financial ruin, that we are broke, that we have no money, that we are in debt, but nobody wants to talk about that. We're going to redefine recession so we don't have to admit that we are literally broke. Now, as he's been talking about all of his economic ideas and what he's going to do to turn Argentina around, he was also asked what would happen with all the public works projects that have already been bidded on, that have already started. He simply said that the private sector would have to step in and finish them. If the public wants those things so badly, the private sector is going to have to step in because Argentina has no money to finish them. Here's a dubbed version of this comment so we can all hear it together.
What are you going to do with the public works that were already tendered? We don't have money with which these works can be delivered to the private sector. Let the private sector finish them.
It's that simple. If the people want them, the people can create it. But the government is not going to spend that money because they literally do not have money. And then in that same interview, just like 30 seconds later, he also said that he would fire any person in the government who went over their budget. Imagine that. The government seems to be the only job where you can waste your employer's money, get them into crippling debt and financial ruin at the expense of your customers, and still get rewarded. Not just keep your job, but get promoted, probably, because that's how American politics works. But not in Argentina. Not anymore. And I seriously love them for that. Not only did he commit to slashing the current government's spend and rein in the government, but in terms of culture, as you saw in those videos, he is completely unapologetic in his anti-progressive values and his hatred of leftists, which again is something we could really use in America. After seeing so much tiptoeing around hot-button issues for so long in this country, this is so refreshing, because every politician other than him is afraid to say these things. Like, this is the energy we need to be bringing 24/7. Is that most Americans, especially in the damn GOP, they would probably say, oh, he's not presidential enough. He's too unconventional. He's so loud. Why is he saying those things? Kind of like what they said about Trump. We would benefit from everything he's doing. I'm seeing all of these people on Twitter saying, oh my God, he's so amazing. He's so fantastic. When push comes to shove, I genuinely don't know if Americans would have the same energy. I just don't. But that's the GOP. We often like to screw ourselves over, even though we would benefit from somebody with this attitude towards the world, like this.
¡Zurdos, hijos de puta, tiemblen! ¡La libertad avanza! ¡Viva la libertad, carajo! ¡Vamos!
Like, this is what we should be seeing on campaign stages. This is what we should be seeing at the debates. Not this, my high heels are my ammunition, Vivek. No, we need to see this. Hail freedom is what we should be seeing on American debate stages, not whatever we've been seeing recently. Somebody commented and said the U.S. needs a president like this. Yes, literally, we do. Very, very soon. Somebody tweeted and said, hey, gringos, you've been asking who is the American Javier Milei. He
It's
was
Ron Paul.
your opportunity by choosing a neocon, and here is sweet, wonderful Ron Paul. I mean, it really is embarrassing that in 2012, our parents picked Mitt Romney.
For real.
The government can't make you a better person. It can't make you follow good habits. Why don't they put you in a diet? You're a little overweight. And I think you need better habits.
We were so close, but I do think that like the modern
Ron Paul was so
American
based.
Milei would be some combination of Donald Trump and Thomas Massie. I think maybe a little bit of like John Kennedy sprinkled in for the one.
He's really who got me into libertarianism.
And it would be absolutely unstoppable. Like, he has the energy and the passion of Trump for sure, but the more libertarian side of Massie with a little, sassy with Massie, if you follow him on Twitter, I think it's a great combination. Somebody commented and said, Trump will enjoy working with Javier in Argentina. I mean, yes. Like, if Trump gets elected again, can you just imagine the videos that would come out of him and Javier? It would be fantastic. Like, not only would they make true political waves together, but the viral content. Like, we are starved for good entertainment after spending the last 4 years watching a president be in cognitive decline. This is the kind of content that we need. This is what I want to be seeing on my Twitter feed. Biden, compared to him, is a snooze fest. Speaking of siestas, it's the holiday season, and you can forget about giving tradition.
The frenzy has begun.
to your loved ones thanks to Buffy. Right now, you can go to buffy.co to get 20% off site-wide and up to 40% off bundle deals at buffy.co with code Cooper. Also, speaking of Trump, he has already expressed his support for Javier Milei, which is not surprising whatsoever. He posted a congratulatory post on Truth right after the results came in. He said, "Congratulations to Javier Milei on a great race for president of Argentina. The whole world was watching. I am very proud of you. You will turn your country around and truly make Argentina great again." Oh my gosh, this is so exciting. And while I know that Milei is much more libertarian than Trump,
I need to look up more about like Argentina
spend a
politics.
lot of money. We have to be honest about that. Anyway, there are a lot of parallels between the two men in terms of their personalities and in terms of the responses from the public. For example, he has drawn massive crowds of people who are fed up with the leftist politics in Argentina. They're just turning out in insane numbers for his rallies. Like, that is, it's crazy. And it's incredibly impressive. Like this and what's going on in Spain right now, it is truly a white pill. It really is amazing. Like, the only thing missing from this, to like compare it to a huge Trump rally, is like YMCA. The energy is absolutely there. And of course, just like with Trump, the leftists who hate him were
And what's happening in
when he got elected.
Ireland right now is pretty base too.
It's the worst day of your life. Tears. Solemn, so solemn. The tears really are music to my ears. Libs of TikTok said, same energy, literally. And it's all so stupid because while they have been busy crying about Javier Milei and whining about the fact that he called them libtards or whatever the Spanish equivalent is, their country is already getting back on track. He was just elected a few days ago and things are already looking up. And Wokeness posted this and said, Argentina's stock market is soaring after the election of Milei. Turns out socialism isn't great for the economy. Shocker. Somebody commented and said, who would have guessed that money starts flowing when competent leaders are in charge? Crazy, right? Just insane how that works. We should really learn from that, America. This is a learning opportunity. We should all really try to take this in. But all jokes aside, I really am so excited and very hopeful for Argentina, and I'm crossing my fingers that Milei proves to be the leader that he has promised everyone that he will be. I personally have good feelings about it because even though he is called the madman and is pretty wild and eclectic and unconventional, when you push all of that aside, he really does have some great articulate plans and points, ones that us common sense Americans can really get behind, just like this.
El Estado no crea riqueza. El Estado
State
la
destroys
destruye.
it.
El Estado no puede
The state
dar
can give
nada
you
porque
nothing
no
because
produce
it
nada.
produces
Cuando lo
nothing,
quiere
and
hacer
when
además
it
lo
attempts
hace
to
mal.
do
The
so
state
poorly.
produces nothing except debt. Is the only thing that I would add to that. The state creates corruption, it creates crippling debt, and that's about all. I mean, he summed that up so perfectly. The state can give you nothing because it produces nothing. And it's truly a perfect quote in my mind. And honestly, other than Ron Paul, I have never heard another modern politician say anything like this while they are running for higher office. And I just think it completely encompasses what is wrong with socialism and in general just a big government approach. Now in the same interview, he was asked to give some advice for Trump, for his campaign, but I think it's just something that all of us should hear and take to heart.
Me parece que si yo, desde mi pequeño lugar, lo único que podría decirle es que redoble los esfuerzos en la misma dirección de defender las ideas de la libertad y de no darle tregua ni un solo segundo a los
To the
socialistas.
socialists.
Do not give them an inch. His win is proof that not compromising your values, not bending a knee to the establishment or being bought out to the establishment, even if people are slandering you and calling you crazy, is worth it and can be a winning strategy. His win is also proof that in the end, people can be willing to try something new, something unconventional and crazy that they might not have agreed with in the past in order to get out of corruption and financial ruin. So hopefully, Americans are just as smart in 2024. I hope you enjoy.
Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, put a pizza in, and then I will be right back.
This feels like ranch, bro.
All I do is work.
Never mind. I found some chicken strips instead. So I'm already back.
I'm sorry. What is he? Where was he?
Welcome back to the comments section. I'm Brett Cooper. I am very excited about this episode because it is actually very, very positive. Like, I have had a great time the last few days watching all of this news come out on my X feed, on TikTok. It seems like everybody is just pumped over the news that has come out in Argentina. So Argentina just elected their new, long-awaited right-wing president. His name is Javier Milei, and he is nicknamed the Madman, and he is quite a character. He got his start as a media personality, and he just recently joined politics. Sound familiar to anybody? Some people have already started to compare him to Trump, but I truly think that he is just amazing and different in his own right, and honestly, he might even be better than Trump. We're going to dive into all of his wild antics and why.
Even those with just a peripheral interest in unbelief will be familiar with the so-called Four Horsemen of New Atheism. Richard
What the
Dawkins,
fuck is-
Sam Harris, Daniel Dennett, and Christopher Hitchens. What many people don't know is that there was supposed to be...
I didn't know
a
that that's what they were called.
Prevented from attending at the last minute by an emergency in Holland, Somalian-born ex-Muslim Ayaan Hirsi Ali had originally been scheduled to join their company. We can perhaps be somewhat grateful for her absence, at least insofar as it permitted this iconic moniker, the Four Horsemen, to enter the cultural lexicon. The Five Pillars, suggested as an alternative label for the complete group, would perhaps have been a little bit too crude. Now, though, it seems, Ayaan may herself have good reason to thank Providence that she couldn't attend this legendary meeting, as the unshakable reputation it stamped onto those who did would have now made for something of an awkward branding crisis for the group. After all, such a numerical designation, as was given to this collective, relies on a sort of confidence in the continued allegiance of its members to remain in serious use, and this horsewoman of the counter-apocalypse announced in a surprise essay last week that she has embraced Christianity, and she's done so in such a fashion that, if we really must talk in terms of point scoring, it's difficult to tell if this is more of a win for the Christians or for the atheists. This is because, amongst a predictably electric series of reactions online, perhaps the most common objection to Ayaan's article has been its rather conspicuous lack of, well, arguments for the existence of God, or the truth of Christianity. Instead, the essay is dedicated to culture. Western civilization is under threat, she writes. What unites us, she asks. How might we fill the nihilistic vacuum that atheism cultivates? Indeed, reading an essay in which Osama bin Laden, Richard Dawkins, and Vladimir Putin are all mentioned exactly as many times as Jesus Christ is, that is, once, tends to give the impression that this conversion story has less to do with what Christianity affirms and more to do with certain social threats that Ayan has come to believe Christianity can negate. Now, just quickly, do you ever think about how you come to learn of these social debates and how you analyze the information?
So she kind of like a
contained in them?
Christian, as in
We
like
live
how
in a time of, shall we say, low trust in mainstream news, with bias and misinformation
Jordan
abounding.
Peterson
That's why I'm
is.
thrilled to welcome back Ground News as the sponsor of this video. Ground News aggregates stories from thousands of local and international outlets in one place, so you can compare the reporting. Take a look. I can search for, say, religion as a topic and find stories like this one. A high school coach in Georgia has been removed after hosting a baptism ceremony for 20 of his players. Perhaps the most important thing is I can see that of all the reported sources, just 10% of them were left-leaning and 60% were right-leaning. This means that if you only read left-wing news, you could miss this story altogether. I can also see a factuality rating for the sources and even who owns them. I can also compare the different headlines, which can often vary.
I actually do
politically.
use this.
Ground
It's pretty
News's
good.
blind spot feature is tailored to help you see this kind of news that you might otherwise miss, organized by political leaning. A genuinely unique feature and one of the best.
Wait, how
things
old is
about
this
Ground
video? I
News.
felt like this video
Cut
was pretty
through
old.
the media bias and
No,
get
no,
to
that
the
was the
truth.
other.
Go to ground.news/AlexOC. So let's take a look at Ayan's article. She writes, "Why do I call myself a Christian now? Part of the answer is global. Western civilization is under threat from 3 different but related forces." She explains that these are China, Russia, and global Islamism. "We endeavor," she continues, "to fend off these threats with modern secular tools, military, economic, diplomatic, and technological efforts to defeat, bribe, persuade, appease, or surveil. And yet, with every round of conflict, we find ourselves losing ground. We're either running out of money with our national debt in the tens of trillions of dollars, or we're losing our lead in the technological race with China." Strange problems to be discussing in an essay that many would have expected to be at least a touch theological in focus. She continues, "But we can't fight off these formidable forces unless we can answer the question, what is it that unites us? The response that God is dead seems insufficient. So, too, does the attempt to find solace in the rules-based liberal international order. The only credible answer, I believe, lies in our desire to uphold the legacy of the Judeo-Christian tradition." So, a thoroughly secular conversion? Perhaps not. Ayan goes on to say, "Yet I would not be truthful if I attributed my embrace of Christianity solely to the realization that atheism is too weak and divisive a doctrine to fortify us against our menacing foes, as if atheism is itself an identifiable doctrine, and even if it is, that it has somehow proved to be a more divisive one than, Christianity. But at least now she says she has another reason to be Christian.
It has
Instead of
been.
finding an effective way to combat our political..."
Here. Let's look this up. How many people have died because of atheism? 40 million to 259 million. All right. What the fuck? Ugh. $50 to 100 million. And this is probably skewed, this one, because it includes the Nazis, a lot of these ones, which the Nazis weren't fucking Christian, so...
foes. What is this reason? I have also turned to Christianity because I ultimately found life without any spiritual solace unendurable, indeed very nearly self-destructive. Atheism failed to answer a simple question. What is the meaning and purpose of life? This is perhaps a more familiar sentiment. Turning to religion as an escape hatch from nihilism is a common story, though I must say one which might help the atheist establish his case. Atheists must account for the existence and prevalence of religious belief, and one popular explanation is that religion is a social system invented to provide comfort to a planet of confused apes trying to make sense of the senseless and accidental fact of their own existence, and nothing more. This thesis is, of course, quite difficult to prove, but accounts of people converting to theism explicitly because life without it feels devoid of meaning hardly counts against it. Ayan writes that atheism failed to answer what is the meaning and purpose of life, but it sounds more like she's decided that it did answer the question, just that it answered it with a resounding nothing, and, unable to accept this, she felt attracted to Christianity.
Oh. My mom's calling.
Yeah, he's behind you.
Hey, Mom. Oh.
What, you talking to me?
No, I was talking. Oh. Hey, Mom. You called? It was alright. I just took a plea deal. I just gotta go to jail, and then it's a $1,000 fine, and then 45 more days. Yeah, and then 45 more days of my suspended driver's license. Yep. No, it's a hard suspension for 45 days. Yeah. 5 days. Or 6 days, I mean. Yeah, 6 days. Yeah, I just have to get that done. I could do it any days. Like, I could go in for one day and then not be in there, and then go in another day, and then... Yeah, but I'm just gonna do it all... I'm gonna just do it all Yeah, because... Yeah. Yeah, so I'm just gonna go in there, but I have to get it done by the 14th of January. Oh, and then I have to take the alcohol classes. I forgot about that. I don't know. I think it's 2, and then I have to get evaluated and see if I'm an alcoholic or not. I guess I don't know. So I'll just lie. I said, so I'll just lie. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. I don't know. Dad hasn't called me. Dad hasn't called me or anything. Dad hasn't called me or anything. I was actually going to call him here in a... I was actually going to call him here in a minute.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just going to be walking in the door in a second. I just got back from work at a long day.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah. Anyways, all right, buddy. Well,
all right.
If he doesn't have his phone, just call my phone back and he can
Okay, I will.
with my phone.
All right, sounds good.
Love you,
We'll see
sweetheart. Okay.
Love you too. Bye.
Love you. Bye-bye.
That was weird. Oh. Weird. Let's go!
Jesus Christ.
Ugh.
But maybe not. Maybe we can find a plausible argument here for God's existence. We may simply accept as a premise that life must have meaning, perhaps evidenced in
I think
part
that
by
if
our
you,
very desire for meaning, and that since only something non-natural can give us this meaning, the supernatural must exist. C.S. Lewis famously wrote in Mere Christianity.
That's what I was just gonna say. I was gonna say C.S. Lewis's Mere Christianity, which, I mean, that wasn't really a writing. It was just excerpts from a BBC broadcast they did during World War II.
Christianity. Most people, if they really had learned to look into their own hearts, would know that they do want, and want acutely, something that cannot be had in this world. There are all sorts of things in this world that offer to give it to you, but they never quite keep their promise. And later, if I find in myself a desire which no experience in this world can satisfy, the most probable explanation is that I was made for another world. This so-called argument from desire indicates the falsity of atheism in its failure to satisfy a desire that almost everybody has within them for something more, since it seems utterly mysterious why this desire should exist at all if that which we seek doesn't even exist. There's a lot to say about this argument, of course, but I won't go on here, mostly because I don't actually think that Ayan was intending us to read such an argument into her words. Why? Well, immediately following this, Ayan writes that where atheism promised of an age of reason and intelligent humanism, it actually left a void to be filled by a jumble of irrational and quasi-religious dogma involving modern cults engaging in virtue-signaling theatre. She then writes, in this nihilistic vacuum, the challenge before us becomes civilizational. We can't withstand China, Russia, and Iran if we can't explain to our populations why it matters that we do. We can't fight woke ideology if we can't defend the civilization that it is determined to destroy. And we can't counter Islamism with purely secular tools. To win the hearts and minds of Muslims here in the West, we have to offer something more than videos on TikTok. So, notice this. Ayan wrote that it would not be truthful to attribute her embrace of Christianity solely to the realization that atheism can't fortify us against our menacing foes. There's more. Atheism also can't tell us what the meaning of life is. She then says that because of this nihilism, we can't withstand China, Russia, and Iran.
Let's go, my children. Always said I was a gentleman. This wasn't necessary. Repressed.
Tulsa King. All episodes now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
So, in attempting to offer a reason for adopting Christianity other than fortifying us against our foes, she has immediately circled right back around to fortifying us against our foes. That's all this is about. Is it really that untruthful to say that her conversion was solely due to this consideration? And this is what seems to have kindled such a critical reaction from some commentators. Can a conversion to Christianity really be so insensitive to the truth claims of Christianity? Is it even possible to simply adopt a theological worldview just because you prefer its ethical values in the geopolitical landscape? And this isn't something only being asked by atheists, by the way. If you believe in the truth of Christianity as a philosophical and historical fact, then what can you make of a conversion story like this one, that doesn't seem to consider that a relevant factor. One atheist, Richard Dawkins, in an open letter to Hirsi Ali, had the following to say: "Dear Ayan, as you know, you are one of my absolutely favorite people, but seriously, Ayan, you, a Christian? You are no more a Christian than I am." Interestingly, this is something that Ayan appears to agree with, but in the exact opposite direction. In a recent discussion, Ayan had this to say about Dawkins.
I was called a Christian by Roger Scruton in 2008, and I said, "Roger, no, I'm not a Christian." And he said, "But you act like a Christian, and you behave like a Christian, therefore you are a Christian." And I think that's exactly what I've
Yeah, I
tried to
don't
say
think
to
that that's what
Richard Dawkins.
a Christian is.
You act like, I've been to, choral music with him, which he enjoys very much. And he's one of the most Christian people I know.
So, quite strangely, both Richard Dawkins and Ayan Hirsi Ali seem to agree that they are about as Christian as each other. How can that possibly be the case if they, fundamentally disagree about the truth of Christianity? Well, I think that demonstrated in this is a fundamental disagreement about what religion is. Is religion a set of propositional truth claims, or is it more like something that you act out? This particular debate has been inflamed in recent years by the influence of Jordan Peterson, who is famously difficult to pin down about his religious beliefs, but one thing he does consistently suggest is that what we believe might be better indicated by how we behave, not what we say we think is true. And there's definitely some wisdom in this. I mean, if I told you that I'm not at all superstitious, but then you saw me avoiding walking under a ladder, you might have good reason to think that I'm a little more superstitious than maybe even I would realize, or at least like to admit. If, however, like me, you grew up on a diet of new atheism, you'll probably instantly prefer the former characterization. Religion is about truth claims. Of course religion makes truth claims. Jesus died on a cross. The Jews escaped slavery in Egypt. There exists an actual real person called God. And to say that you can be a Christian without believing these things seems ridiculous. Okay, sure, but the real issue seems to be that even if we accept the Petersonian line that religion is more about the way you behave than about any of its truth claims, Ayan appears, at least here, to suggest that Richard Dawkins is essentially a Christian because he likes choral music.
I've been to, choral music with him, which he enjoys very much. And he's one of the most Christian people I know.
Well, I think that this is probably supposed to serve as just one example amongst a host of activities that she sees
Yeah, what the
Richard
fuck is
Dawkins
what?
partaking in and thinking that these are somehow influenced by Christianity. She appears to have been greatly influenced lately by Tom Holland, whose enormously successful Dominion has convinced a lot of people that what we call secular Western values are in fact indebted to a uniquely Christian tradition. She talks about this in her essay. But here, as it were, is the rub. There is a crucial difference between the recognition of Christian influence over our culture and many of our values and the recognition of the truth of Christianity. For example, Tom Holland himself was, when I last checked at least, not a Christian. And so when Ayan writes about Western values finding their roots in the Christian tradition and that atheists have failed to understand this connection, she could be absolutely 100% correct and still not have entailed anything about the truth of Christianity. But okay, trying to be really charitable here, perhaps the argument might go something like this. Premise 1, Western values are true, in the sense of being morally correct. Premise 2, Western values are Christian. Therefore, Christianity is correct. This is about as close as I think we can get to an argument for the truth of Christianity from this essay. But of course, even this can only work if Christianity is nothing more than a set of values, which is to say, nothing more than just the principles according to which you live your life. Here's maybe the biggest issue. Suppose that I agree with absolutely everything in this essay. Everything. Yes, Western civilization is under threat, and we can't resist China, Russia, and Iran
Stupid
without
motherfucker.
adopting a unifying set of religious values. And heck, I'll even grant that these values have to be Christian. I'll agree that without God there is only nihilism, and no secular attempt to overcome this can ever be successful. I'll agree that without a meaningful religious story behind our civilization, its erosion is inevitable. I'll agree with all of it. Here's the question. Am I a Christian now? I certainly don't feel like one when I adopt this mindset. But
Yeah,
if
no,
I'm
you're
still
not. You have to
then what
accept
exactly
the
in any
resurrection
event
of Christ.
explains the title of Ayan's essay, which, after all, isn't called The Supremacy of Christian Values or Why
be
I
a
Wish
true
I Were a
Christian.
Christian. No, it's called Why I Am Now a Christian. Now, to be clear, I think it's generally quite
If I could just learn about psychology for the rest of my life, I'd be happy.
inappropriate to try to gatekeep religious beliefs. You're not really a Christian is something I would never like to say to Ayan Hirsi Ali, or anybody else for that matter. And in fact, I have no problem affirming that she is a Christian. I hope you don't misunderstand what I'm saying here. What I'm trying to express is that if she is indeed a Christian, she appears to be so for
Sacrifice
reasons that are
them.
more or less insensitive to the truth of Christianity.
And so now I can say I am proudly of Judeo-Christian religion.
Yeah,
without
Judeo-Christian.
having to waste
I hate
your
when
time
people say
about,
that.
Do I really think that the world was built in 6 days? Do I really believe every word in the Bible? No. But I do believe that that's Judeo-Christian tradition, and what it has brought forth is, those are the values that I aspire to, the values by which I live.
One thing I want to ask is whether any of this should really come as any surprise. After all, when I hear a story of conversion from atheism to Christianity, it very rarely begins with premise 1. Instead, I usually expect to hear some kind of narrative, maybe involving some personal struggle overcome with Christianity, or some kind of religious experience, perhaps even an encounter with Jesus. And opening Christian scripture, you'll be hard-pressed to find anything resembling a syllogism. Indeed, a testament to Christianity that contains no arguments or deductions, but instead relies solely on narrative, or appeal to its superior culture, or its efficacy in combating nihilism, is as much a characterization of the Bible itself as it is Ayan's article. And yet, even if religious conversions do usually have more to do with experience than with argument, you might still expect that this experience is one involving God, or Christ specifically, or perhaps an encounter with the Holy Spirit. But whereas God appeared in a dream
But at least
to
she's
Zacharias and
on the
to
right
David,
direction,
it
you know?
appears that Vladimir Putin has appeared in a nightmare to Ayan Hirsi Ali, and it's this, a distinctly more time-sensitive and political, rather than transcendent and theological experience, that has catalyzed her adoption of the Christian religion. Look, I can understand if it really is the case that Christian values are necessary to fend off existential threats, why a society might have good reason to adopt
Oh,
those
shit.
values.
Oh, no.
But if it is
Drink.
possible, as Ayan's case appears to show that it is, for a person to actually call themselves a Christian after simply aligning themselves with these values, absent any relevance of the existence of God, or, say, the historicity of the resurrection of Jesus, then I think we've uncovered some evidence for a controversial hypothesis that many of those celebrating Ayan's conversion would probably wish to resist. That religion is something you do, not something that's true. Thanks for watching.
No, religion is true. Or, not religion, but Christ is true.
Lot to talk about tonight, lots to get into. Big show. And I'm glad to be back for show in a little while. And our featured story tonight, we're talking all about Ireland, and this country's on the brink of civil war. It's gonna be ugly. And maybe you saw the big story this weekend, but there was a huge stabbing spree by an Nigerian immigrant. Kind of funny though, nobody will say what he is. I think there was one newspaper in
Almost every single one.
that reported his national origins. And then, and this is so typical, they go out and say, well, he's not a foreigner because he's an Irish citizen. But he's from Algeria. He moved there from Algeria, and he stabbed 3 children and 2 adults. After the stabbing, there was a major riot in Dublin, which there really isn't typically that kind of civil disorder over there, at least not in a long time. And so there were major riots over the weekend. Conor McGregor commented on it. And now in the aftermath of all these events, the Irish government wants widespread hate speech laws. They say the strictest, most radical hate speech laws of their kind, maybe in the entire world. So we'll talk
What the
about
fuck?
The story in Ireland.
That's
bad
pretty fucked.
situation, although not anything.
I didn't see that they wanted.
All the same stuff. Refugee crisis, terrorism, riots, hate speech laws. I mean, really, they're just speed running everything that's been happening in the United States, but just in like 72 hours. But it's more of the usual. So we'll talk about everything that's going on over there. Country's on the brink of war. Whole society is on the brink of collapse, and I don't know what we're going to do with our guys over there. Conor McGregor, Keith Woods, they're going to have to
Keith Woods.
come together to salvage the country, because it's going to be either the Irish or it's going to be the blacks. You know, I mean, that island, it's going to be good for either the foreigners or the natives. Only one side's going to come out of this thing alive. So we'll talk about all that. We'll also finally be talking about that DHS report. Before I got sick, so not last week, but the week before, I was trying to get to this story every day, and I just never got around to it. But finally, we'll be talking about it tonight. I don't know if you guys even still care. You probably are over it. Maybe you just said, you know what, I'll just read it myself. But I did intend a couple of weeks ago on covering this new report from Homeland Security about the cost of illegal immigration. It's really bad. But I want to get into it because the details are so bad. It's $150 billion per year for just the illegals that have come in since Biden became president. So that's not all of them. It's just in the past couple of years, $150 billion. And they break it down, and it's outrageous. But I'm sure if you live in a major city, you've seen it, you've experienced it. I don't know that illegal immigration has ever been as visible as it is now. If you live in LA, San Francisco, Chicago, New York. I know, at least for Chicago, I mean, Chicago's been like a Mexican city for as long as I've been alive. It wasn't always like that, but in the last couple decades it's become this way. But never has the homeless situation been as bad as it is now, and it's these Venezuelan refugees everywhere. And everybody's talking about it. They're in the police stations, or in the hotels, or in the airport, or on the streets. They're committing crimes.
Committing
At the
crimes.
point now where even the Democrats have had enough. Even the black people. Well, what's funny is the black people are competing with them for benefits. The black people are saying, "Hey, where's our welfare?" And it's like, our country's just getting raped to death by.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what these people, they're just raping the country.
By minorities? Is that what he was gonna say?
It's hard to keep it all together. And it's hard to keep it all together in like polite company on a day like Thanksgiving or whatever, like you're with your friends, and it's like, hey man, this has got to stop. This is getting crazy out here.
Yeah.
The way that the whole country's in free fall, and the white people are trying to build things, but they keep getting speeding tickets. And
But they keep
everyone
getting
else is just
speeding
holding
tickets.
hand and taking with both hands. So it's a completely unsustainable situation. So anyway, so we'll talk about the DHS report as well, and it should be a pretty good show. Good to be back with you. I apologize, I was gone for bad timing. I was gone for a little more than a week. I got very sick.
Oh, I thought that he just was gone because of Thanksgiving and stuff.
Or at least I was sharing some of them from people that I know. I'm not on Twitter. I'm banned on Twitter, but I've been sharing spaces from other people that I know. So I've been trying to give you some content that way. But I got really sick. I just wasn't able to do the show. And then it was the holiday. So I took Thanksgiving. I took Friday. I was actually going to come back on Wednesday, but there was a technical issue with the show. And I was so mad. I just didn't, I was getting ready to go live. And then the lobby hadn't been started. And I just started throwing stuff. I said, you know what? It was like that scene in Citizen Kane when he tears up that whole room. It was like that.
Huh?
I was pissed. I was already mad enough that I had missed 4 shows because I was sick and, it takes me out of commission for a week. Then I'm ready to come back and there was some glitch. So I started throwing stuff and punching the wall and I said, all right, no show. We're not doing a show tonight. Forget it. And then it was Thanksgiving, so anyway. But I'm back today. I'm feeling strong. Mustache has come in nicely. I was having some issues with it a couple weeks ago, but I think it's coming in nice. Hair's too long. I never know what to do with my hair. You don't understand. I put so much product in it, and it just doesn't listen. Today I'm just like putting all kinds of stuff in it, and it's not sticking. So I just put more in there, and it's like, I can't be in this body anymore. It's the allergies. My hair's out of control. I gotta be uploaded. That's the solution. I think I need to just be uploaded at this point. I need to just plug me in. Okay, plug me into Twitter, plug me into AI, plug me into Call of War, mobile World War II video game, plug me in. I've had enough, okay? I'm getting fat. I'm having digestive trouble. I'm sick all the time. My hair's out of control. That's it. I'm done. I'm ready to just get uploaded. Are we ready for the next stage yet? Is the Neuralink finished? Because I've had enough, okay? I want to live online now. This sucks, okay? It's cold. It's like 15 degrees. I go to pick up my DoorDash, and it's frozen already. I'm having a tough time lately. Anyway, so that's what I've been up to. But I hope you all had a great Thanksgiving, happy Thanksgiving, and Black Friday. I had a pretty good holiday. Great dinner, fabulous dinner, and able to spend time with the family. I just can't really relate to all these people. A lot of people, they have Thanksgiving with their family and they say, oh, it's so much drama and it's politics. I never have that experience.
Yeah, I never have that either.
We just have a good time and the food's great, so had a nice holiday, and I'm thankful for all of you. I'm thankful for God. I'm thankful for America. We got to be grateful for things because it's getting bad out there. I've been doing this show for a long time. I'm coming up on 7 years in a few months. And it's really incredible how rapidly things have deteriorated in such a short period of time. I feel like
For real.
people have been doomsaying for decades and decades, and people have had their
I think we're the
predictions,
closest to it.
conspiracy theories.
I mean, obviously we're the closest to it as we ever have been because
Too much stock in those things, or maybe they didn't think they had
every second you get closer to it, I guess, but
But I feel like just in the last 5 to 7 years, it's gotten noticeably worse in almost every facet, between the inflation, the media lying, the brazen corruption, the way that the Israel lobby and the Jews have sort of just availed themselves. Like I said, decades ago, these were conspiracy theories. Now it's just wide open. It's just out there in the wide open. The crime, the immigration, it's out of control. It's outrageous. So it's time like these you really got to take stock and say we're grateful for what we have because we're losing it. So anyway, happy Thanksgiving. Not to get all political, but happy Thanksgiving. Before we get into the show, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Cozy and on Rumble. Get a push notification whenever I go live. Cozy.tv/Nick, Rumble.com/NickJFuentes. And make sure to follow me on both. I always say, follow me on Cozy because I may be banned from Rumble one day. I hope I'm not, but who knows? It's possible. So make sure to follow me on Cozy as a backup and follow me on Rumble because that's where all my replays are. And I also want to announce tonight, I actually announced it earlier today, I did a Rumble exclusive stream this afternoon, that I'm going to be making a serious effort to do 2 or 3 Rumble exclusives every week. So make sure you follow the Rumble channel because I know I kind of do them sporadically and it's a little all over the place. But I think I'd really like to come out with not a show or a series, but I'd like to start doing Rumble streams at least a couple or a few times every week. So I did a Rumble exclusive this afternoon. If you missed it, it's on the Rumble channel. It already has like 50,000 views. So, I mean, these Rumble streams really do pretty well. So make sure you follow me over there because I'll probably be doing at least 1 or maybe 2 more this week.
All right, we need to get into the.
Really funny, and I also on a stream in like maybe 5 years. It's been a really long time.
I'm getting tired of just all this talking. I want to get into like the actual bread and butter of this.
So he reached out to me last week and said he's doing this series. He wants me to come on his show, and I said, yeah, man. Like I think it'll be a great conversation. So I think it'll be a really interesting retrospective. I'm sure we'll talk a lot about kind of our history and everything that has happened, and we'll also talk about where we are now. And I don't agree with Richard on a lot of things, but
is he talking about Richard Spencer?
Funny, and I also think that he's a real character, and I
Richard
do think
Spencer.
he's very intelligent. I never agreed with people. Always used to say that he was dumb. I was, of course, very critical of him when I started out, and a lot of people said he was dumb.
I don't like Richard Spencer.
I disagreed with a lot of things that he did, but I always thought he was a very intelligent person. So
Yeah, no, he definitely
so it's
is.
going to be a good conversation. I don't know if it's going to be public and live on Wednesday. I have to get the details, but we'll be recording it Wednesday. I think it might be live for everybody on Wednesday. I'm not exactly sure, but I'll be doing that Wednesday. On top of, I'll be doing the show as well. And then Thursday is the Ron DeSantis, Gavin Newsom debate. So if you remember,
Oh,
Ron DeSantis,
I'll have to watch
the governor
that.
of Florida challenged Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, to a debate, which is like a really weird thing, but they are doing it. It's going to happen on Thursday, so I'll be live streaming that on this Thursday as well. So it's going to be a pretty eventful week. And then I think next week is another presidential debate. So it's going to be a lot of content. Wednesday, the Richard Spencer stream. Thursday, we'll do the debate. And then I'll probably do another Rumble stream either tomorrow or Friday. So, a lot of stuff to look forward to. Okay, with that out of the way, let me think, is there anything else? No, I think that's it. I feel like there's one thing I want to talk about. What the heck was it? There was one other thing I wanted to touch on. I should have wrote it down. I don't remember. Okay, whatever. Well, I'm sure it'll come back to it. Anyway, so we're gonna dive in. Why don't we start with the DHS report? I just want to get that done. Just bury it. If I don't do it tonight, it's like there's going to be some curse. It's like if I don't do the DHS story by midnight tonight, it's like my soul goes into Lindsay Lohan's body or whatever, like Freaky Friday, some like Halloween curse. Because I have said I'm going to do the story for weeks and weeks, and then I just never do it. So, yeah, it just needs to happen. If I don't do it tonight, I'm going to do something really regrettable, something really raunchy, because we have to do it. It's been hanging over my head forever. It's this curse. But it's an interesting story. So, our first story we'll dive in. This is actually from a couple weeks ago, but like I said, we just kept postponing it, and I got sick. We're finally going to cover it tonight. So there was this big report from Homeland Security, and it was put out by the congressional Republicans, and they compiled all this data about the fiscal cost of illegal immigration. And in case you don't know, the illegal immigration is, when I say it's worse than ever, that's not an exaggeration, that's not a figure of speech. That's a factual statement. Illegal immigration has never been worse than it is right now. The numbers have never been higher. And if you've been watching the show for a long time, we were at this point in 2019, actually, under Trump. And that was a time when I was actually considering not supporting Trump anymore because illegal immigration was so bad. I remember distinctly it was like May and June 2019. There was something like 150,000 illegal border crossings per month. Apprehensions at the southern border. So that's how they measure it. They say however many people are apprehended at the southern border, because of course they can only estimate how many are not apprehended.
Yeah.
Not apprehended, very difficult to count them. They call them gotaways. So the number they use is how many people are apprehended at the southern border in a month. And the problem is the people are apprehended, and this is why they call it catch and release. They're caught, they're apprehended, but then they're released into the interior of the country. So they'll arrive at the port of entry, they get apprehended, they get processed, detained, and then they get sent into the United States. And so I remember like May and June, it was 150,000, 180,000 a month. And at that time, even under Trump, that was like a 20-year high. It had never been that high since like the year 2000. And at that point, I said, this is so ridiculous. I don't even know that I could support Trump anymore. And that's when I started to talk about gang and some other things. I was very critical. But ever since Biden took office, it's even been worse than that. And they're now setting records that are higher than have ever been collected in the history of the United States. We're talking over 200,000 per month, every month. They're saying it's 12,000 per day apprehended at the southern border. And we're talking about millions of people in just like 3 years. And so the congressional Republicans commissioned this study. They put the data together to give an idea of how much this is costing. And again, this is not all the illegals, of which we don't even know how many. It could be 20 million, it could be 50 million. This is just I think it's 4 million that have entered the country since Biden took office. And this is the story. It says, quote, Americans could pay up to $451 billion
Which debate did I want
to
to
care for
watch?
migrants who entered the U.S. illegally but have been released into the country or escaped from custody, according to a new report from House Republicans. $450 billion.
Even those with just a peripheral interest in unbelief will be familiar with the so-called Four Horsemen of New Atheism: Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, Daniel Dennett, and Christopher Hitchens. What many people don't know is that there was supposed to be a fifth. Prevented from attending at the last minute by an emergency in Holland,
Let's just watch this.
Somalian-born ex-Muslim Ayaan Hirsi Ali had originally been scheduled to join their company. We can perhaps be somewhat grateful for her absence.
Innovation doesn't happen on its own. It needs leaders to drive it. The bootcamp is not just your regular program. It is immersive and it is intense.
Okay? Here's claim one. Now, this isn't necessarily true, but for simplicity's sake, most women... I mean, all of it's just a mess, but a lot of people like this video because I broke down my approach to politics, not just why I care about it, but, you know, how I approach it. Because people ask me, like, how do you get your political views? And man, that's a really complicated question, you know? I want to revise that video. That's what this is. Hopefully it'll be a little more concise and a little bit more informative. So let's get started. This video, like the last one, will be unscripted. I have a couple of bullet points next to me, but apart from that, this really is all off the cuff. So we'll see how comprehensive I can get. Now, the real heart of this question is, what are politics and why are they important? I mean, really, like, what is politics? I mean, what does that even mean? Really, it's obviously important. People obviously care enough about it to kill or to be killed. It's the center point of, like, modern discourse, really. I mean, anybody who pays attention to modern media these days has to acknowledge the fact that political discourse is, like, central to many people's lives. But why? I mean, why do we participate in it all? I mean, I like politics, and I participate in politics because I think a study of politics is essential to understanding the world and changing the world in some manner or another. I think that's critical. There are many parts of our world, elements of them, systemic or individual, that suck, you know? Like some things really suck. Whether these be individual problems, like a person being abusive or like sexist in a relationship, or whether they be broad and systemic, like, you know, poverty or hunger. There are reasons why these things happen. Nothing is natural, really. I mean, we built this world. We conquered this planet as much as any other entity ever has before, and we have control over a lot of these problems. So when I focus on politics, I mean, when I think what I want to do, I want to, more than anything else, increase the amount of good in the world. That's really vague, right? Increasing good in the world. I mean, it's almost insulting.
Yeah,
to
what do you...
know?
I feel like everyone, when they go about politics, that's what they're trying to do.
The socialism thing, you'd find they also want to increase the good in the world. That also seems to be the thing they care about most. Like, that seems to be the thrust of the issue. But people disagree wildly on what is or isn't good, or how to do good, or what good should be done, or what good should be ignored and left for others to do. And it's actually really astonishing when you think about it, because we live in a world where almost everyone agrees that you should engage with politics to the end of making life better for people. And then we all end up arguing and disagreeing anyway. Why? Well, let me bust out the paint stream. To get to that, to discuss something as fundamental as why do people disagree, unfortunately, and I really do mean unfortunately, we have to talk just a little bit about philosophy. I mean, just a little bit, okay? Now, please keep in mind, I beg of you more than anything else.
Where the hell is the other enemy?
More so than anything I have to say directly, it's this, okay? Every subject that I touch on, every topic, every pointer, all of it, they are all being simplified for the sake of this video, this stream. There is absolutely no way to comprehensively cover everything that I am to discuss here. It is not possible. It cannot be done.
I don't think that you can...
These points. I'm going to encourage you, if you find something interesting
about any topic, really.
Do some research into it, and I'll talk about that shortly as well. So, in order for us to understand
in a short video like this,
very basics of philosophy, we need to understand the difference between two types of claims. They're called normative claims and descriptive claims. Okay. Now, a descriptive claim, which I'll represent with a large D. See, look, I've even bolded it there. See, it's like word art, like clip art. You know, a descriptive claim is a claim about the world which is empirical. It's measurable. It's substantive. I could say, for example, that upon this hand I have 5 fingers. Now, if you want to, you could be infinitely reductive here. What exactly is a finger? Is a thumb a finger? Where does the finger begin or end? How do you determine what is or is not a hand? Etc. Etc. But
oh shit,
5 fingers. I think we could agree on that for the most part, leaving aside the, the philosophical meanderings, okay? But then you have normative claims, okay? Normative claims are moral statements. They're statements about the world, but they're statements which infer or directly state some kind of moral belief. So I'm going to give you 2 claims that sound very, very similar, and I want you to distinguish between them, which one is normative and which one is moral, okay? Here's claim 1. Now, this isn't necessarily true, but for simplicity's sake, most women are housekeepers. That's a claim that one could make. And then here's another claim. Women should be housekeepers. Do you see the difference between those 2 claims? One thing that people like to do, whether intentionally or otherwise, is to mix up claims that are descriptive and claims that are normative. The first claim, which is descriptive, and let's assume that it's true, it might not be, that's not the point here, but if it were true, it's a descriptive claim. You can measure it. There's a yes or no answer to that, whether or not most women are housekeepers. But the second claim, the normative claim, which I will not represent with a large N, the normative claim is about what the world ought to be. The distinction essentially is ought, and this is a concern in the philosophical world in academia, and it has been for a very long time. It's called the is-ought gap. How do you arrive at what the world should be when all you know is what the world is? That's the is-ought gap right there. And it's basically been the center of philosophical discourse for as long as we've had philosophical discourse. Because all we know is what the world
Follow
is,
Christ.
really. How do we arrive at what the world should be from that? Well, there are many ways to do that, actually. You see, there's something called an axiom, okay? An axiom, or a first principle, or a properly basic belief, there are a lot of terms that mean very similar things. It fundamentally refers to a core value that you hold, okay? I'm going to draw a little axiom right here. And I mean, when I say core value...
I won, but I lost so many men in that fight. Ugh. Louise, that was loud.
What was?
Me shutting the door.
Oh.
Like slammed it. Did you not hear it?
I got my AirPods in.
Oh. What are you doing?
Watching videos.
Oh, nice. Ow!
I mean the most. Oh, it looks kind of like a little anarchy symbol, doesn't it? Here, I don't want that necessarily. Here, I'll make it a little. See, there we go. It's still cute. See, I like the anarchy too, but we'll try to keep our concepts distinct here. Make it a Dragon Ball. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Here, hold on. Little mouse stars. Yeah. There, it's a Dragon Ball. There we go. Think of that as an axiom. See, there's the 3-star one. An axiom is a fundamental moral belief about the world. So I'll give you a really simple one. It's one that I believe in. And to describe it in its entirety would take a lot of qualifying and a lot of explaining, but simply, I believe that the well-being of living things should be maximized. That is to say, I think that if you're conscious, because I like animals too, you know, if you're conscious, if you can think, if you're engaging with the world, that life should be made good for you. We have finite lifespans. I personally prefer being happy to being unhappy. It's a personal opinion of mine.
What?
Hell, even animals seem to feel the same way. We all seem to be pretty much united
Cringe,
in
bro?
for happiness over unhappiness. So, since that seems nice,
That's
I have
crazy.
an axiomatic preference for the well-being of living things. Now, how do I know that's worth pursuing? Well, this is where we get to moral realism, and this gets more complicated than I can really delve into, but philosophers have differing ideas on the extent to which you can prove that an axiom is correct. For the purposes of this video, I'm not going to go into that, and I don't want to dally too much into philosophy stuff, because of all the subjects we're going to discuss, this is the one that I have there's the greatest distance between how much respect I have for it and how much I know about it. A lot of respect, but it's very complicated. Maybe we can expand upon that in the future. So I think that axioms are more of a personal preference thing, but, you know, there's a lot of variance there. What matters most is that humans seem to basically have the same axioms, at least broadly. I mean, talk to people, you know? What is it they value? For the most part, it's gonna be well-being. Now, a lot of people don't really have a coherent or really rigorous understanding of their own philosophical thoughts, you know? They don't really have a full understanding of why they value certain moral things over certain other moral things. But if you talk to most people, like, hey, why do you think child poverty is bad? Well, it makes them unhappy. That's not fair, you know? Well, why should it be fair? Why ought they be happy? Maybe because they, you know, also value human happiness.
I'm sitting here thinking, how did this happen? Over the last few years, I've been sharing my secrets to how I built an $800,000 plus a month coaching business. After I lost everything from my divorce and being married for 18 years. I lost houses, cars.
The distinctions tend to come in when we argue over how to best maximize human happiness. And that's really the key point right there. If you talk with people with different political values, like say between me and a Republican, you'll find that people, even if they believe human well-being should be maximized, have incredibly different
views
beliefs
on what
about like
maximizing.
what it takes to make things or people happy. There are, like, even within the simplest possible constructs, it's like, think about it. Think about poverty, for example. Most people would agree that poverty makes people unhappy, you know, and most people would agree that it should be minimized. But if you talk to a socialist or a social democrat, they'll describe poverty as a systemic issue, and you can fix it through systemic solutions. If you talk to most conservatives, they'll describe it as an individual issue that can be solved with individual solutions, usually hard work or a really strong work ethic. So even if you agree that there's a problem, how to solve that problem is still a matter of consequence. What you need to do is you need to find out how to draw the line from a thing that you support all the way back to the axiomatic belief that it connects to. So I'll give you an example of that really, really easily, okay? Let's talk about trans people, which we never do on this channel. You know, a little bit of a departure from the norm, okay? Let's talk about trans healthcare, trans-affirming healthcare, okay? So here's a position that I have, okay? And I'm going to walk you through it step by step. I believe that trans healthcare should be covered by Medicare and Medicaid. I think that it should be covered. It shouldn't be considered a cosmetic treatment, that it should be considered core medical care. That's a belief that I have. So I'll represent that belief with a little star right here. So somebody might ask me why. And the answer that I would give to that why is because the medical research seems to indicate that trans people's relationships to medicine pertaining to their transness is something severe. It's something that relates very, very directly to their well-being. It's not just cosmetic. It's not just to make them feel better. This is every bit as essential to them as, you know, well, essential medical care that's not related to my gender identity would be to me. And then they could say, okay, fine, maybe, but why? And then I would say, because I believe that society giving special provisions to people who have necessary medical treatments benefits society. I think that we're better off, that society is better off when we're willing to give a little bit more leeway, whether that be financial support or whatever else, to people who need essential medical care. And then they would say, oh, well, why? And then I would say, because the access to essential medical care, when needed, is a core component in human happiness. And then they would say, okay, fine, sure, so why is that important? And then I would tie it back to the axiom, because I think human well-being should be maximized. Does that make sense? I'm often frustrated when I talk to people who I disagree with because it seems like there's a disconnect between the things that they claim they believe and the things that they actually advocate for. And this is the number one best way to make sure that the things you're advocating for directly lead from your beliefs, from your first principles. It's a way of making sure you're being consistent. And that consistency is really, really important because if a person has a disconnect between what they support and what they claim to care about, it can be really difficult to get over to them. This is what I feel like I'm doing most often when I talk with more moderate conservatives. You know, a lot of moderate conservatives are totally cool with like a $15 an hour minimum wage or higher organization. They care about these things. They care about poverty. They care about, you know, decreasing austerity. There's like a lot to agree with them on, but then they vote Republican. Okay, well, why did you do that?
Because that does
And
decrease
usually if you talk about
poverty.
it, there's some wedge issue, some set of beliefs, or often misconceptions that led them to do so. And when you talk with them, you realize this person isn't acting in their own self-interest. This is where the concept of class consciousness comes from. It's a Marxian concept. It's the idea that in a good society, a society which is just and fair and equitable, workers, the working class, so people who don't own businesses, essentially, you know, most people, that the working class would have class consciousness, or they would be familiar with their class relationship to the world. That is to say, they would learn to act and think in their own self-interest. And that is a lot of what I feel like I'm fighting for here. There are a lot of poor people in this country who fight against stuff that would take them out of poverty. There are a lot of people who suffer from discrimination who will fight against ideas designed to emancipate them. Now, there's one other thing that I want to touch on here before I move on to a more specific political pointer, and that's consequentialism. So there are a lot of roads by which you can assess the morality of an action. The two most commonly invoked are deontology and consequentialism. A deontologist, and if you really want to read Kant, you can, but a deontologist, put really simply, believes that the moral worth of an action is determined by the action in and of itself. That, for example, lying is wrong, or that you know, that stealing is wrong. You know, just like flat out, like bar none. You know, like that's done right there. Of course, it gets more complicated than that, but that's the gist of it. Whereas a consequentialist is of the opinion that it is only the consequences of an actions that are wrong. That is to say, stealing is often wrong because the consequences of stealing often lead to an immoral redistribution of resources. But if you're, I don't know, stealing guns from someone who you know is going to put out a hit on somebody else or something like that, then I don't know, maybe that would be a moral act of theft because you're depriving them of the resources that they would need to commit some other heinous moral crime. Or maybe lying can be justifiable sometimes if the lying has a good outcome. Now, most of the time, lying is probably not a great thing to do, not a good foundation of trust for your relationships, and I personally place a very high value on honesty, but sometimes, well, the old example, and this is the example most often used, I think, in
Is he going to use the example about the Nazis? If a Nazi was at your house, and that would you lie if you were hiding Jews? I wonder.
The question is, what if you're a sympathetic German citizen during the
Yep.
Third Reich, and you have kept, you know, Jewish neighbors in your house, and you know the SS asks you, "Are you keeping anyone with you?" Now, if you tell the truth and say yes, you will die, and then they will die. Your family will die, and maybe your neighbors will die too. Just the ones who weren't even involved. Who knows? You know, they were pretty trigger happy back then. Whereas, of course, if you lie, then potentially all those lives could be saved. Now, again, I speak to my biases. I'm a consequentialist, and that informs my beliefs. I'm not a deontologist, so maybe I've made my position seem a little bit more sympathetic than the other, but, you know, we all have our biases. You should look that stuff up. The Stanford Plato Dictionary is a wonderful resource for familiarizing yourself with philosophical subjects. It's, you know, very, very good to look into. And the more you think about your political positions, the more helpful it'll be to understand how to effectively and consistently apply them. The more and the better you can do that, the better off you're going to be. That's very, very, very important. So I can talk about the theoreticals here forever. You know, I could ramble forever about this, but in reality, eventually you have to start talking about the real world. And I think it's time we finally moved on to that. Does anyone here in chat happen to know about a little thing called the Enlightenment? Are you familiar with this little
cringe,
this meme, as it's known historically? I'm happy to hear that some people are indeed familiar with the meme known as the Enlightenment. So, for our purposes here, and I am being very, very reductive, human history, prior to a point I'm going to describe a couple hundred years ago, was a large miasma of societies, civilizations, heroes and villains, conquerors and democrats, leaders and followers, and their beliefs varied tremendously. There were periods of time, historical civilizations from this miasma, which had radically different views to others. I'm not to say that they're all exactly the same, only that for our purposes, I want to speak of a general trend that was present in the world during that time period, okay? And again, we're being very reductive here. And that belief was one of hierarchy. See, no matter what part of the world you're in during that time period, the predominant understanding of the human condition was that some people are born or fit, ordained to lead, and most people aren't.
I
Now,
still
there
think that
many
that's
theories
true.
justifying this. There were religious and caste systems which explained that humans, through birthright or through trial or through conquest,
Maybe not through like
determined whether or not they
birthright,
were
but
worthy of a higher or lower political station. There were the divine right of kings was a really common idea. The idea that the monarchy, this wasn't just a royal family. God chose these people. Their blood was divine. And so their rule over the people, it wasn't just some political, convenience. It was a direct expression of the will of God. You also have that with theocracies, of course. We all know the Catholic Church and their, right to rule in Europe for the great many years. You had emperors and empresses, kings and queens. If you go back far enough, even back to pre-civilization times, you had tribal chieftains, and very often they had their own justifications for why some people were sicker and less cringe than other people. Usually the general attitude, and again, this is all very generalized, okay? There were some societies, even back a while ago, way before the Enlightenment, that were pseudo-democratic, and there were civilizations far, far kinder to their lower classes than others. But never really hit the mark, in my personal opinion. Now, it wasn't just about the divinity or the supremacy of the people who ruled. There was also this attitude that the average person was just not really fit to have that much control over their own lives. Back in the days of the European feudal kingdoms, it wasn't just that the king...
Unlock hundreds of deals on Safeway for you. Sign up today.
The Emperor is long dead. And then the barbarians, surviving in pockets at the edges of the old empire, are bringing order to this chaos. There are many amongst us who would be called Emperor. But for now, we build.
Kings and queens were divinely chosen. It's that the peasantry were ignorant and stupid and degenerate, essentially, and small-minded. And that they weren't really capable of managing their own lives, They were essentially cattle to be moved around by the real players. It's funny, actually. Game of Thrones actually satirizes this exact idea, and this was a common idea back at the time. The Game of Thrones, especially back when it was good, before Season 5, a lot of it was kind of about how all of Westeros had maybe a couple dozen people moving the chess pieces, and everyone else was just sort of fodder to die in warfare or to be, to be used to raise weaponry or cattle or food. You know what I mean? But for the most part, the only people making real decisions, a small, proportion, a very small number of, what would you call them, Westerosians? Of Westeros' people, were actually making these decisions. And to an extent, that's kind of how it went down. Most people, most peasants, most serfs just were not given that much control over their lives. But then we had a little something called the Enlightenment. Now, before the Enlightenment, the predominant intellectual trend in the political sphere, in medieval Europe, was that the peasantry needed to be controlled by their superiors for their own sake. That this was just... It was just a necessity. Morality didn't even really play into it, frankly. It wasn't even about what was right or wrong. It's just the peasantry couldn't manage their own affairs. And to an extent, unfortunately, that's kind of true. They couldn't read or write, most of them. And unfortunately, being able to read or write is pretty essential to being able to meaningfully control your own life. Without being able to read or write, you can't really participate in long-distance communication without...
At least in this. Yeah, I guess you can't read the Word of God. Yeah, he's right.
Includes you from being a member of the priest class. You can't really settle debts or manage ledgers that well, which makes it difficult for you to participate in, the mercantile system. It really kind of precluded you from any meaningful political engagement, which is unfortunate. I mean, you could be a soldier, there's that, and there were some illiterate soldiers who rose up and maintained some decent station, but that's really more of an exception. Usually, soldiers did not do much other than die for their kings and queens. But, some real bright folks got together, and they thought, what if all this not democracy shit is actually incredibly cringe? What if this is actually not cool? What's happening right now? What if there's some sort of moral worth in people being free? Again, we're simplifying significantly here. The Enlightenment was significant in that it was, over its course, a major turning point in how people perceived the relationship between the ruling class and the subservient class. And ideas began to flourish from Enlightenment thinkers. Ideas like universal education, which, of course, was one of the founding principles of the United States of America. And that's really crazy when you think about it. I mean, to think about societies going from the idea that peasantry, they're literally, not even political agents. They're not even, worthy. They're just farm your crops, dude, And then you go from that to people being given, a basic education, literacy being taken as something that everybody should be able to have access to. It's honestly pretty fantastic. It was a huge, huge change. You have all these old values coming into conflict with these new ones. People are, academics, you know how today academics are arguing over how fast America will sink into the ocean with climate change, and how much money poor people should be paid to not starve exactly. Like, this is the discourse going on today. Back in the day, these academics were legitimately discussing the extent to which individuals had the right to determine their own lives. Like, that was the discourse. And this is going to surprise you. That discourse got heated from time to time, you know? A lot of the monarchy, the monarchical rule, they didn't really like the idea of the peasantry getting super, you know, uppity, basically. People got pretty mad about that. We had a couple wars and a couple of revolutions. A few people died, you know.
Like the French Revolution.
Yeah, basically, yeah, think of the Enlightenment era as like Twitter, but in real life, and all the bloodshed that would entail. You know what I'm talking about? So, among many principles that were sort of fielded during the Enlightenment, we got some that coalesced together and began to refer to what we today call liberalism. Liberalism
John
is
Locke.
the global ideology today. While there are other ones, and there are different variations on liberalism, liberalism is by far, without question, without competition, the powerhouse right now in the broader political discourse. This looks a little bit like the League of Legends logo. That's, well, hey, actually, I feel the same way about liberalism as I do about League of Legends. Taking me out. Let me describe liberalism to you, okay? And it honestly sounds pretty good, you know, if you think about it. So liberalism is described broadly by a set of beliefs, which could be characterized as an adherence to individual rights and values, individualism broadly, of democracy, of free trade, of a removal of old autocracies, and a whole lot of beliefs associated broadly with the individual's ability to.
Yeah, even like most conservatives nowadays,
I mean, we have the First Amendment
like
here in the States, you know, what is it?
most of their
That was
beliefs
a
do
pretty
stem
novel
from
idea.
liberalism.
There were many societies that were effectively practicing
Like people who
liberalism,
call themselves
very
conservative,
long time before Europeans, you know,
like
did
a lot of Republicans and
Hey, they
shit.
caught up eventually. These ideas, for the most part, maybe accepting free trade, which I'll get to in a second, are pretty cool, and I agree with a lot of them. But the belief in free trade was punctuated with another set of beliefs that came to be known as, when applied, capitalism. Essentially this, and I'll speak broadly here. Before our understanding of capitalism came to be what it is today, which could also be referred to as laissez-faire capitalism, we had mercantile capitalism. Mercantile capitalism was, rather than what we have today, where anybody can start a business and anybody can make it to be a Bill Gates or whatever. Theoretically, anyone can, really. I mean, today in America, it is true that hypothetically any one individual person could strike it and be incredibly wealthy and powerful, though it is a mathematical certainty that the number of people who actually do so are very, very few. Yeah, bootstraps and the like. But back in the day, with mercantile capitalism, that wasn't necessarily the case. Usually businesses were either operated and deployed at the behest of the crown, or they worked directly with the empire to maintain the economic apparatuses that would be used to defend colonialism. You know, that the mercantile capitalism was usually about like business.
It's kind of like what people would call
resources from colonized
like
territories.
corporatism or crony capitalism today.
Billionaire business mogul, you know, that free association, that free right to trade, it just didn't exist back then. So these wonderful Enlightenment thinkers, they thought, what economic system would best complement, you know, democracy? What economic system would best complement democracy, education, you know, individual liberties? Well, surely it would be an economic system that allows free participation in the market. It makes sense if you think about it. But there are some issues with that. There are tenets of liberalism that I like very much. I like the belief that individual freedom is something which should be valued. You know, Karl Marx was a great believer in freedom and democracy. Democracy, of course, being the political system by which freedom expresses
Democracy?
itself.
Cringe, bro.
I mean, whatever problems our democracies have, it's a little better than a monarchy, you know. It's a step up. It's a step up. However slight it may feel sometimes, it is indeed a step up. Karl Marx didn't talk about equality. A lot of people say Karl Marx was this, like, equality-obsessed communist. No. I mean, he did like communism, sure, but what he cared about most of all was freedom, not equality. He felt that equality would arise because of freedom, that the reason we didn't really have equality was because people weren't given the same types of freedom. Even if the laws applied equally to everyone, and keep in mind, during Marx's lifetime, even today they don't. Back during Marx's lifetime, America still had chattel slavery. And he wrote to Lincoln, asking Lincoln to get rid of that slavery, and then slavery was gotten rid of. Skipping a few steps here, but in short, Marx abolished slavery in the U.S. You're welcome. Or thank you, actually.
That is so crazy that Marx
yeah, cool, right?
was around the same time as Lincoln.
Some people were very wealthy and powerful, and they had freedom.
Like when you think about it, it doesn't seem like it's true, you know?
For both the rich and the poor, it is equally against the law to sleep beneath the bridge. You know that quote? It's a wonderful quote. It describes what sociologists like to refer to as systemic violence, which is an essential concept to understand if you want to, I guess, understand what's wrong with the world right now. Violence, the use of force from one agent to another, usually in return for something or to get something from them, is today less commonplace than it has ever been in all of human history. Ah, yes, that's the quote right there. The law in its majestic equality forbids the rich as well as the poor to sleep under the bridges, to beg in the street, and to steal bread. Exactly. It's a beautiful quote. It's fantastic. Now today, right now, let's say in America, we are at a record low level of violence. in terms of random crimes, people dying off in war. Today is a relatively safe period of time to live in. I mean, crime rates vary, year to year they jump. Right now, because of COVID, we're getting a little bit of a spike. But generally speaking, civilizationally, we are in a remarkably violence-free period of time. But what about systemic violence? See, capitalism was, and I maintain this, some people don't want to acknowledge this, some leftists, but I maintain that the concept of capitalism integrated well with what was originally thought to be the best possible sociological package to ensure human liberty. I do believe that, yeah, initially, when it was conceptualized. The idea of free trade, everyone gets to participate in the market equally, the government only really sort of leans in on the borders, but they set the stage, but apart from that, people duke it out and the best competitor comes out on top. Conceptually, I think that's wonderful, but there's a problem. There are actually a lot of problems. We could talk about inequities and market failures all we want to, but the real problem, the heart of the problem, is that capitalism perpetuates the hierarchy that the Enlightenment had otherwise succeeded in advocating against. Because it is, I think, no exaggeration to say that the modern day wealthy, the very wealthy today, are a sort of modern aristocracy, in the sense that they have a disproportionate amount of power over the society over which they provide, in the sense that there is a hereditary component to their power, in the sense that they often have a direct line of contact with the rulers of our society, the politicians, or people in direct positions of power. There is an aristocratic element to it. Now, it's not directly lineage-based. I mean, it's not exactly the same, but the underlying tendencies remain similar. And whereas we once had, barons and lords who controlled vast swaths of territories where serfs just existed on and had to provide a great portion of their grain in order to continue living on that plot of land, nowadays, we have a very small number of corporations that control a vast swath of smaller corporations, which themselves control hundreds of thousands and millions of jobs, which you have to work at, or you don't starve anymore, but you certainly don't live a good life if you can't adhere yourself to the expectations of these corporations. And what I'm describing right now, this work or starve attitude, is systemic violence. It's
what
kind of violence which is indirect and
Bruh.
therefore very difficult to directly address or blame anyone for. And in many ways, that's actually the point. If a direct act of violence is committed from one person to another, it's very easy to point that out and go, stop, you're arrested. It's very direct. But what if you're in a position, let's say, you're a factory worker, 100 years ago, and you're born in a series of tenements somewhere in like the slums of New York, and you don't have the money to move. In fact, you're actually in a little bit of debt because you needed food and you're not paid very much. You could get another job, but the job you currently work takes up 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. So I don't know if you can get another job on top of that. I don't know how easy the flex hours work back then, you know what I mean? And your job doesn't really pay enough to support your family. Like, it's the family that you have. What do? Well, you can indebt yourself further. Your children can go into work if they're old enough and contribute to the family income. In all likelihood, whatever path you take, there is going to be a monumental amount of misery in your life. But why? I mean, really, like, why? They didn't have to be miserable. I mean, the advent of the Industrial Revolution increased the productivity of humanity. It didn't decrease it. There was wealth and food and space enough to go around. It was entirely possible for everyone in that time to live a better existence than many of those, tenement factory workers did back then. Why is there misery when there doesn't have to be? What leads to that misery? Why are there homeless people in the United States? Lord knows we have enough money and space to take care of it. If we really wanted to, we could fix it very, very quickly. It's a logistical problem that our country is more than capable of handling, but it doesn't. But we continue raising the military, funding every year. Why? Why does that happen? Nobody's having a gun pointed at their head, at least not to begin with. But violence, or at least harm being committed against people because of the actions of other people, in this case business owners, legislators, whatever, is still taking place. And eventually the final step of that process is that the monopoly on legitimate interpersonal violence held by the state allows them to inflict actual violence on you if you transgress against social rules for long enough. If you're homeless in the wrong place at the wrong time, you could end up being arrested. If you, 100 years ago, were in deep enough debt as a factory worker, you could be put in debtor's prison. And all of this, not because the homeless person or the factory worker was any more lackadaisical or any less intelligent than any of their compatriots, or even of their bosses, really. It's just how the dice fell when they were born. Which zip code were they born into? Which family? Were their parents wealthy? Were their parents poor? Did their mother have a drug habit? Yes or no? Did they have a genetic predisposition to alcoholism? It's not fair, is it? I believe, and this is another one of those personal beliefs of mine, axiomatic even, that we should reduce, to the greatest possible extent, systemic violence. That we should eliminate it.
Systemic violence.
That's what a lot of what I advocate for is about that belief. It's not really about equality in so much as it's about giving everyone the opportunity to succeed or fail on the best possible terms, on even terms, so we can really see who's winning. I mean, we get this in athletics, after all. All the runners start at the same line. Or actually, they started a tiered system of lines because of the way circumferences expand if you go further out from the center of it. But we get the desire for fairness. That's something we believe in. It's something we take into account when we design these things. So capitalism, at least in my opinion, doesn't succeed in its promise. It doesn't succeed in what it's supposed to do, which is to maximize human liberty. Instead, it perpetuates human hierarchy, human inequality, to a great extent. From liberalism, we get capitalism, which is now the predominant global economic system. Pay no mind to people who accuse the Scandinavian countries, China, Russia, or whatever else of being socialist countries. They are certainly not. They may have different levels of government involvement, but no, they are all capitalist countries, and they operate based on the same set of rules. But capitalism's continued existence for the past 100 years, or well, sorry, several hundred years, not just 100, has made some people very mad, very sad, and very mad. And people in their sadness and madness have attempted to address the problems of capitalism with their own solutions in a wide variety of ways. I want to talk about two of those ways.
Socialism and fascism is what he's going to say, probably.
Or as the cool kids call it, socialism or barbarism. This is a belief held amongst many political radicals. It's a belief that I hold myself to this day, that there are some inconsistencies within capitalism, some internal antagonisms in a dialectical sense. You can read Hegel if you want to learn more about that. Actually, don't read Hegel, just Google dialectic. That will lead inevitably to people with different political perspectives sort of grabbing the steering wheel and moving society as they see fit. We have socialists, and socialists' prescriptions for the world are similar to the ones that I've described for you right now. An insistence on systemic problems, that there are systemic solutions to systemic problems, that there is a underlying current of violence behind capitalism, behind the society in which we live, and it can be fixed. It can be fixed if we are diligent and if we distribute public resources well. Now, what this isn't is collectivism. I don't know how this term collectivism hit the public zeitgeist the way that it has, but I want to be perfectly clear, okay? Marxism,
Yeah, no. It's actually extremely, like, individualist.
ideas about society were
It
anything
stems
but
from
collectivist. If
individualism.
you want to think about collectivism, okay, if you want to identify collectivism, look at a nationalist. Look at somebody who demands children stand for the flag when the Pledge of Allegiance is sung or spoken at the beginning of every school day. Take a look at many religious groups, especially fundamentalist, orthodox, or evangelical religious groups. These are collectivists. These are people who have a very strong group identity, and their group identity often eclipses their individual identity. The core of socialism is deeply individualist in all of the best ways, an expression of individual rights.
Super
and a
cringe, bro.
repudiation of an individualist worldview. That is to say, you promote the individual, you champion the rights of the individual, freedoms of the individual, but you don't delude yourself into believing that all the problems in the world are caused by individuals being lazy workers or individuals being dumb. No. Individual rights, systemic solutions. In my opinion, it's a really good way to look at the world. And then you've got fascism. Oh, whoops, let me get there. If you've watched my channel for any length of time, you probably know my opinions of fascism. I mean, biases and all that. Not a huge fan myself. Fascists are... Well, it's difficult to describe fascism because fascism is idiosyncratic. That is to say, it pulls from many sources, and it's also deliberately incoherent. In the sense that if you speak to a fascist, or if you ask a fascist what they believe, there's often an undercurrent of anti-intellectualism that will prevent them from being able to give you a complete view of what it is they believe. But I think Umberto Eco's essay on Ur-fascism, which lists 14 points that describe broadly what fascists tend to be like, is...
No, that is a shitty...
If you want a really, really simple explanation, think of it as highly anti-intellectual, ultra-nationalism with a slant towards xenophobia and traditional values. That's kind of the gist of it. Basically, they believe that individual rights, that a promotion of individuality has led to degeneracy, that it's led to individuals being morally repugnant.
It has.
Usually they think this is, I don't know, interracial marriage or gay people having sex. That tends to be what they cite, you know, as examples of individual degeneracy.
I don't know
And they believe
about
that the solution to this is to
interracial
double down
marriage,
on a set
but...
of very collectivist, very traditionalist, hierarchical values that they believe are the core tenets of society. The family, the state, the military, masculinity. Basically, it's very hierarchical and very traditional. And in the interest of fairness, I will say this. What fascists believe at their core is usually motivated by a fear. And that fear of otherness, of alienation, of emasculation, of brown people, of being cucked, whatever, that fear usually stems from some pretty legit problems with how capitalist societies tend to organize themselves. Usually fascist movements originate from economically anxious times where people feel uncertain about the future of their country, and there's a prevailing narrative that somehow the people of your nation are being victimized or played for fools by something, some group, usually a racial, ethnic, or religious group, and that the best way to deal with these anxieties is to repudiate, to reject the atomization, the hyper-individualism that that group has pushed upon the people of your country, that to double down on love of God, country, state, family, the white race. Many of them believe that too. I don't think this is a great solution to society's problems, which is the reason why fascist governments almost always torpedo themselves and their states into a burning crater. They do a very poor job of meaningfully addressing the problems that they actually intend
So do socialist and communist countries, though.
to solve. And while data on this is shaky, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that fascist governments historically have not really improved the material well-being of the people who live within them. Just generally speaking, you know.
Neither have
Like on average,
communists.
they're a little bit of a drain on human happiness. Now, I've said a lot more about fascism in the past than this, a lot more, but I'm trying to keep it a little bit simple. most of the political discourse that you're going to see online is going to be between these three groups, or at least people who associate broadly with these three groups, okay? So when you see America First types talking about globalists and bureaucrats destroying America with immigration, that would be a fascist talking point against capitalists, okay? When you hear people talking about how, border camps are going to be the beginning of the American Fourth Reich and how brown people are soon going to, be led up to camps, you're usually hearing arguments from socialists or from capitalists against fascists. And so on and so on. You've probably heard some iteration of arguments against all of these groups. Capitalists will tend to call socialists financially irresponsible, politically ignorant or naive. They'll usually accuse them of being young or inexperienced, which in many cases they tend to be. Good-hearted, though, mind, at least many of you. And capitalists will usually refer to fascists. Well, it depends. Depending on how wealthy that capitalist is, or no, I should speak a little more specifically. Depending on how much that capitalist would benefit from fascism, the response tends to vary. There were many corporations during Nazi Germany that benefited tremendously from their close association with the Nazi Party. And Hitler himself was very much in favor of the free market. He deregulated many of these businesses and engaged in an act of privatization, that is to say, handing these businesses...
I am not ready for this ritual yet.
The state, businesses were treated very well under his fascist government. But it wasn't really capitalism, because it wasn't really a free market. You had to work in tandem with the state. It was more than capitalism. It was, maybe you could call it, capitalism in decay. What this looks like right here, what I'm doing right here, it looks like I'm trying to set up a political compass. You've all seen this, I assume? Or maybe subreddits built around this. We've all seen something to this effect. Well, chat's not working right now, but I imagine you have. This is called a political compass. A political compass is a way of, how would you describe it, of mathematically, of geographically triangulating a set of political positions, What are you? Oh, I'm off-right. I'm lib-left. I'm off-left. I'm lib-right. And while there is some descriptive utility to these positions, in reality, I think that the idea of a political compass encourages a lot of laziness. It's actually it's not just reductive.
Yeah, no, it's pretty shitty. It doesn't work that well.
For a little while. For example, you talk about like lib-left and lib-right unity, or off-left and off-right unity, or lib-left, off-left, or lib-right and off-right. And it feels like what's really happening there when you talk about stuff like this is you're memifying political discourse. You're simplifying very complicated political positions down to a set of identifiers or basic characteristics, and then you're extrapolating from them the graph around which they're built. That is to say, the political positions arrive before the graphs used to describe them. Not all political compass tests are bad. I think that 8 values is generally pretty good. And it has 8 axes, so it actually has 16 distinct positions.
8 values actually is pretty good compared to like just the normal political compass test.
The main reason that they don't work, I think, is because there are actually 3 principal axes along which you should be describing political positions. So here's a question for you guys, okay? The top down means off, right? Off, left, lib, left, off, right, lib, right. So it refers to state control, I assume, where up here you would have a dictator and down here you would have an anarchist, I imagine. Okay. And then left and right refer to how much your market is, free as opposed to controlled. So the ultra-libertarians would be over here, like
This is not just a tree. It's the wide-eyed promise of a tiny seed. A hymn to small steps, wisdom.
The fuck out of here, The Rock.
Like capitalists, And then over here you would have socialists. So if that's the case, where does political liberalization versus political radicalization happen? If the people up here are dictators, the people down here anarchists, the people over here socialists, and the people over here capitalists, where does hating black people fit on this scale? Does that make you more of a dictator? Well, no. I mean, memes aside, there are plenty of people in this circle right here who seem to hate black people. Where does that fit exactly? Where does political or social liberalism fit in versus reactionary positions? It actually doesn't fit on this chart if you think about it. You can try to squeeze it in, but it doesn't work. This chart doesn't work. And if you actually think about it, this whole scale, this spectrum, doesn't really seem to work that much at all. I mean, there are a lot of libertarian right people who, if you actually press them just a little bit, are like off-right. Ben Shapiro is an example. Ben Shapiro claims to be a libertarian conservative, but he wants to ban pornography, promote like religious rights and religious religious hierarchy in society, and he's deeply in support of like authoritarian conservative control of the state. So is he a libertarian? Well, no. Well, I've met actual conservative libertarians, but they also tend to be in favor of a lot of the stuff that authoritarian conservatives engage in with regards to like welfare programs, which leads to a reduction of human equality in a way that is what exactly? I don't think that these labels work. And I think the more you think about them, the less they actually work. Another good example of this would be authoritarian leftists, like the people who tend to defend China. Now, this is a contentious position of mine, but I do sincerely believe this. I believe that many of the people who are super out to defend Russia or the USSR or China act indistinguishably from a lot of fascists, because they seem to enjoy more than anything else the military propaganda, the state power, you know, the aesthetic of the Soviet Union, strong-shouldered men with chiseled jaws staring forward as they gather grain from the collective or whatever. But these aesthetics are not egalitarian or socialist in nature. If anything, they're the opposite. The idea of sterling military authority figures represented by 6'2" white guys with square jaws collecting resources from what are essentially like modern peasantry, that doesn't really gel with my understanding of socialism. If anything, it seems like a promotion of class collaborationism, which is a fascist idea. That is to say, the party leaders who rule over society are actually super duper just one of you common workers, fellow USSR comrades. Thank you very much. We're actually just one and the same. Hey, don't worry about it. So are they fascists? Well, no, fascists hate the USSR. So what gives? I don't think that you can get any real descriptive value from these ideas, okay? I think there's actually just one real political compass, okay? It's super reductive, but it's also, in my opinion, the one that really matters, okay? And that political compass is a line, and it's hierarchy versus equality. I have found, in my talking with people and arguing my positions and believing the things that I believe, that the most consistent, the most explanatory, the most descriptive way of describing people's political positions is whether they hinder or help human equality, human freedom, you know, whether they liberate humans or restrict them. This falls in line with a very fundamental reactionary versus politically liberal tenet, the idea that human beings should rule over others or should not. There are many people, fascists are the extreme example of this, but many others do believe this as well. They believe that humans are naturally either politically worthy of power or not, and that societies function best when humanity is organized like a sharp pyramid, where you have people on top and people in the middle and the people on the bottom, you know. And then there are people who
That's
believe
how I
society would be
believe.
better if the pyramid was as flat as possible. If the common people, the people on the bottom, really weren't that far away from the points of power at the top. If you'll recall, the Enlightenment was all about flattening that pyramid. I mean, this was a monarchy, baby. How do you get more hierarchical than that? You got divine blood or you don't. Or actually, it's like this, and like the monarchy is up here, and then you have the aristocracy, and then you have the peasantry, you know? Like, yikes. But democracies don't really function like that. Leadership in democracy, I mean, technically they serve us. That's what they're supposed to do. That's their role. So they're up here, sure, but they're meant to be accountable. They're closer to us. In my mind, capitalism is inequitable in large part because the way our economy works gives an ungodly number of resources to a very small number of people on the top, and we can't even touch them. The amount of wealth inequality in America today is greater than it ever has been, and it's like near the pharaoh level.
Yeah,
I mean, you
but
can imagine the Egyptian
the
pharaohs
amount of poverty has decreased at the same time. Just because inequality is higher doesn't mean that poverty isn't.
I've talked a lot about this, and this may all seem very esoteric, but these are the fundamental beliefs that I use to organize my thought process when I'm thinking.
I mean,
when I think about ideas or values, when I think about whether or not I like a thing, whether or not
People
I'm
are
in a position, whether or
prospering
not
more
I'm
than
fond
ever.
of X or Y, I always try to think of it in relation to these very basic principles. Essentially, how do I draw my beliefs and positions back to an axiomatic value that I hold, this right here, and also how does this discourse contribute to the fundamental war between equality and inequality, between hierarchy and liberation? How do these relate? What's the relationship between these factors? Everything that I think of, all the political beliefs that I hold, all the policy discussions I engage in, they all come from that first and foremost. That's the bedrock of my political thinking. That's what I get it all from, you know? If you want to learn more about any of these ideas, this is going to sound really reductive, but I encourage you, unironically, go look at the Wikipedia page for an idea, and then go look at the sources that are cited at the bottom of that page. Wikipedia itself is, some people say it's always an unreliable source. That's not true. There are Wikipedia articles that are written, sometimes it almost feels like at a college level. If you're reading up something on like biology or something on like genetics, and you're like reading it, you're like, oh wow, I actually don't understand anything. Like, it's not written at an eighth grade level at all. Though there is a simple Wikipedia that you would go to if you do want to read something at an 8th grade level. That's up to you. But if you really want like a strong engagement with these concepts, go look at what's cited in a political article. You can get a lot out of that. You can get an unbelievable amount out of that. It's so beneficial. If there's anything that I would advocate for more than that, if there's anything that I would actually consider to be more important than your research method, it would be something called the sociological imagination. I would ask my chat if they know what that is, if they were here to be with me. The sociological imagination was the first thing that I was taught when I got my sociology, undergrad started. And what it taught me was that it's important to stay hydrated. Can't deny it.
That seemed like an ad.
It also taught me to be critical and to be curious when imagining why the world is the way it is. See, a lot of people tend to believe that the world is the way it is in some essentialist way. Why are poor people poor? Why are, well, this is a contentious one, isn't it? Why are black people in America poorer than white people? Why do women and men tend to act differently? Why is this part of the world full of violence and this part of the world stable and secure? And often people resort to very lazy answers to those questions. In truth, there's only one answer, an answer with a million possible explanations. And that answer is that a combination of political, social, economic, religious, whatever factors led to things being the way they are. There are very few essentialist explanations in human society. This is, after all, a society. It's one that we built. It's one that we live in. We didn't find it in the desert. We constructed it. We built this world. There's nothing essential to it. Or at least there's very little essential to it. We made this world. And because we've been around for a long time, and because developed societies have been around for a long time, there have been plenty of opportunities for people with different values, people with different political beliefs, people with different levels of power to interact with each other in ways that have disadvantaged some groups and advantaged others. Have a sociological imagination. Don't be lazy. Don't just think, oh, this thing is the way it is because it is. It's not helpful. It won't help you understand these problems. I can't tell you how many arguments I've had with usually conservatives about, this is again a contentious one, but it's one that comes up often in my line of work, about racial income gaps. You know, why do black people have so much less money? Well, slavery was like 150 years ago, and you know, the Civil Rights Act passed 60 or so years ago, so why? You know, that's what they ask me. And it's always tough talking with them, in part because I don't think they realize how short a time 60 years is to have been a second-class citizen, but also because it feels like they're not actually asking. What they're trying to do is shift blame. There's a perception on the part of a lot of conservatives that attempts to address systemic racism are actually an attempt to fleece white people or to make them feel guilty. That left-leaning people, like me, are trying to make white people guilty. We're trying to impugn them for the sins that white people have committed in the past. Nothing is less interesting to me than that. Nothing. It's incredibly uninteresting to me. What I'm actually interested in, more than anything else, is setting up the cards, putting the pieces together in such a way as to ensure that we don't have these problems anymore. But you can't do that until you know where those pieces are, how they're arranged. And in order to know that, you need to have the imagination to think, why is there a racial income gap? What did lead to that? Was it redlining? Well, that's part of it. Was it policing? Well, that's part of it. Was it legislation? Well, that's part of it. Just think about it for a bit, okay? Just don't be lazy. Enjoy your research. You would be astonished how much you can learn with 15 minutes of reading. If you spend 15 minutes reading on any political, economic, or social topic, you will probably know more than enough to trounce the most intelligent demagogues online on that subject. People just don't do any research anymore. It's really disgusting, honestly. Have fun with it. And remember, again, I'm a socialist. That informs my position. Socialists often refer vaguely to something they call theory. That is to say, to the written works of academics, scholars, philosophers, economists who wrote on the issues relevant to socialists. You know, you have your Karl Marx, you have your Vladimir Lenin, you have your, you know, Bakunin, there's many of them, you know. And very often there's this discourse on the left. Should you read theory or should you not? Well, of course you should read theory. But don't make the mistake of believing that it's fundamental to understanding these ideas. Don't gatekeep political understanding behind these, you know, these pieces of text. It's just not accurate. When Karl Marx wrote the Communist Manifesto, back a billion years ago, he did so because he recognized the average European peasant.
I mean, the Communist Manifesto isn't really theory. The Communist Manifesto is more of just a call to,
Keep your eyes on me.
is more of just like a call to revolution, not like his actual theory. If you want to like know Karl Marx's actual theories, like Capital, like Das Kapital is a good one.
That though he wanted to extol upon them extensively in Capital, the problems that
I mean, I don't agree with any of it, but I've read it.
So complicated that you need theory to understand them. Usually, you just need a really basic argument, a couple of basic pointers. So theory is good, but don't make the mistake of believing that you need that theory to be an effective advocate for your political positions. Okay? Though I will admit, I've gotten a lot out of reading State and Revolution and some others, so it's worth your time if you want to engage.
I haven't read that.
Politics is important. Hopefully, this was a good summation of the positions that I hold and why I believe what I believe very fundamentally, and how I arrive at the positions that I believe in. And I'll talk about this more in the future, certainly. At the end of the day, what is politics? Politics is about power more than anything else. It's the power to change the world. That's what it's about. And some people want to use that power for good. Again, being very reductive here. Some people want to use that power because they have a dream for the world. They believe that the world could be better in some way. There could be fewer homeless people. There could be fewer poor people. There could be fewer instances of domestic abuse. There could be something, some positive change. And often the world is made better for the efforts of those people. But sometimes people only want power to benefit their own interests, their own position, their own station. I think that many politicians kind of fall into that blanket. And I don't know how much you can do to change those people's minds. The group of people whose minds you can change more effectively than any other are the people who believe they're engaged in politics to improve the world, when in reality they're engaged in politics to improve the station of another person. People who think they're doing the Lord's work, people who think they're doing good unto the world, but who are actually just parroting a set of positions given to them by a person with a different set of interests. Like so many poor people who regurgitate conservative talking points that they were taught by millionaire radio shock jocks. Or all the people out there who, to protect the children, advocate against gay marriage, when in reality all the homophobia in society has actually led to the harm and suicide of a great many young queer people. They may not even know they're doing harm, And that's the tough part, isn't it? How much of it is you having a different axiomatic belief? Usually it's not. Often it's that you don't know or you don't agree upon what is or is not good. Or sometimes you agree upon what is good. You agree upon the things that should be improved, the things that shouldn't be improved. But
You just have a disagreement
I get
on
that a lot
how to
with,
get there.
With other lefties.
Yeah.
Some lefties, they'll think that I'm like a liberal capitalist neolib or something because I thought that Biden was better than Trump. You know, at the end of the day, my values are the same as them. And in fact, the things that I believe are good are the same as them as well, too. I imagine many of those lefties agree with me that it's good to have less bigotry and, you know, more income equality and blah, 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 blah. But they see what I do, they see what I say, and they make a critical error. They misattribute a position that I hold for an action that I take to get there. They don't understand how A connects to B connects to C. If you become cognizant of this process, why people say what they say, why they believe what they believe, and how those beliefs tie into a set of fundamental principles, you can be very effective at changing their minds. And if you do want to change people's minds, I hope to God you want to do so in a way that improves the world, and not in a way that convinces them to make the world worse, because we've got enough of that.
Alright, I'm gonna be done for the day. I'm tired.
Hey everyone, this is Pink Pantheress.
It's Casco, baby.
And we're gonna show you how to make a song on a MacBook.
I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.